Hello? This ought to be an interesting day. Got a lot of programming to do. And I'm thinking I'm going to try to program two things simultaneously. Maybe. Perhaps. Depends. I mean, it depends on whether it works and on which thing kind of sticks. But I do need to get the fire going first. So let me see if I can make some strides on that. I did have it going earlier this morning. I have a nice second cup of coffee made waiting for me once I get this going. Oh, here we go. And I'm probably game for a third if things go well. But one thing at a time. First I get the fire going, and I'm probably going to tend it for a little bit. And the thing I was on about immediately was the Godot engine thing, which is what my title card says at the moment. But I've also got an idea for another plugin. Two, actually, not one, two. And that's warranting some of my attention. So basically I need to get some of these things out of my head, or I'll just be walking into walls because I'll be so confused with so many ideas going on. I mean, it sounds neat, but then it's also cumbersome. That has definitely started. Also, I've forgotten to set up my the microphone, so let me do that. See, this has to go here. Oh, and wash my hand. There's a light. And if I do those things, I have my regular camera. And we can begin doing various things. Which things, you may ask? For one, the Godot-based game that I was working on, where I'm going to try to solve a problem, but then also some ideas having to do with plugins. So those are basically both up and running at the moment. And I know that's a lot, but those are both very much on the front of my mind at the moment, so I can't really get away from thinking about them, and I might as well work on them and figure if I can make some headway in some kind of way, which is I probably can. After all, I have been making headway on things already. I can show you one of those things. So if I do this, you're looking at opacity 4, and those are the 4x4 householder matrices that I've made. So what I've been doing is reworking out how I measure these things. So rather than just apply a filter or lean it out or whatever, this is normalized normalized to 0 dB, or -1 to +1. And the idea has been finding out how I can determine peak over RMS for the density of these guys. I came up with a new way of doing it. I'm going to show it to you now. It's in batch processing, and I'm calling it DFFT soft. So here's what I'm doing. These are the Michael Norris spectral plugins. I don't actually have spectral processing code in my toolkit. At some point, I'm going to want to do that. I'm going to call that, like, I don't know, 2026 maybe. I learned to do that. Being able to just do it and copying it from somewhere would also work. Anybody's guess as to what's going to get me to that point, because I have not yet mastered that one. It's a little over, I mean, just the math alone is over my head. And I am not sure what resources I have available to me other than people I know. But the people I know don't necessarily, they're not being paid to help me, and so it's basically when they have time. I see a little more chat. Hey, Jonathan, hey, Kenwood. So what am I doing with this one? Well, I moved them all off screen, but I'll move them back on. I'm using spectral processing, basically FFT, to do something weirdly similar to what happens in MP3s and such. I'm taking 2048 bins. I'm not sure to what extent randomizing faces is changing this. And I'm removing the quietest ones because I'm trying to work out the density of the audio, and I'm measuring which ones are sort of leaner, which ones the background falls back more. So in doing this, I do know what FFTs do. I just don't know how to make them. And Michael Norris does, and so spectral tracing, etc., that's one of the many FFT plugins that you can use. Stuff like, for instance, Soothe or whatever is just all elaborate FFT processing. These number of bins. And you can have a size that's much smaller, like 512, or you can have a size that's way the heck bigger for more finely detailed granularity on the exact frequencies you're seeking out. Trouble is that requires the bin sizes, like the buffer sizes, to be quite large. And you're supposed to be able to put it back together again into the original waveform. I have always found that doesn't really work, but what I'm doing here, I'm measuring the result of something, so we're not actually saving the FFT processing. I'm just using it to investigate something. So if I remove the softest N1 bins, and that's 512 out of 2048, none of the rest of this is doing anything, I end up with an interesting behavior where some of these bins get kind of weird and scattershot. So I have an average of just over 2 taps, because this is the VST, so I don't get to type in a number. And then I'm running clip only 2 and saving it with a suffix of DFFT soft. And if I run this on the very same waveform we're looking at, it will generate in the same place that I was at, except for we've got it sorted by tags, and it's not going to be within the tags. We'll have created 177 seat, etc., etc., DFFT soft. Now there's an interesting thing to, oh, I moved that wrongly. There's an interesting thing to observe about this. Look at this area. This is a reverbed, like, triangle shape. There's nothing much here but DC offset, and it's smoothing it out. However, this is what it produces when I apply this processing. And the averaging is causing that result because if I don't have the averaging, it's kind of weirdly scattered. It bounces around a lot. And I'm going to need to run an extra program to hear this, so I'll run audio hijack. And I'm going to let you hear the end result of all of this, which is if you have the raw sound. Oh, hang on, I can't do that either. Give me a second. I've got Ray and audio run off of my laptop, so I'm not getting to hear that at the moment. Give me a sec, I will change that. We're going to go off of the monitor's built-in speakers. Ta-da! Now I can hear it. Or I would be able to if the program was... Don't mind me, this is going to be a giant crud show because I don't know what I'm doing. I have to select the program to run it. Now I should be able to hear what this did. Okay. There's a reverb. You're getting it off of SWB audio capture. But the processing I just applied did this. Now that sounds weirdly similar, but I'll tell you what else I can do is the bulk of this was done using spectral tracing, so I can run it direct. If you do that, normal and number of bins subtracted, and I can exaggerate that by making it a 1024. And now it does this. So what that is doing to the audio is it's doing the FFT analysis and it's trying to find all of the details that are most quiet and subtle purely by volume level alone. And it's subtracting all of those. And the idea is, hey Travis, the idea is if you have an unpleasant metallic sound, that may be distributing the energies in such a way where they will poke up more easily. Like it may be that if you have funny metallic harmonics, those are going to be less easy to remove. But if you have a perfect result, where when you do this funny thing, here I'll do it on the guitar section. That was weird. Also, I apologize for this. Snowmobiles outside. You can expect those all day long. I am in the middle of a blizzard, so I am snowed in. Another good reason for working on the plugins for days on end. At least today and Thursday, anyhow. I'll probably still be working on them on Wednesday, but not streaming it. Let's put this back. Oh, I have an idea. Maybe it was randomized faces doing that. Let's find out. I was trying to figure out why, if I had this, did it still sound weird? Let's find out what happens when I shut off randomized faces. Does it snap into normal sounding? It absolutely does. Okay. That's interesting. So my test file is actually randomizing stuff more than I actually expected. Also, I am keeping an eye on the fire. It's going good. Got to keep an eye on that or it'll go out. In the middle of a blizzard, you do not want the fire to go out. Like, what if power went out? That's one of the good reasons to have a wood stove, is I don't have to freeze even if I have no power for days. I'm glad you're enjoying VerbThick, Travis. It come out pretty well. I have some parts of it, a visual. In fact, you can see at the very bottom of the screen, VerbThick is the most extreme setting in this particular measurement, and VerbTiny is one of the least. I'm going to show you what that means. I was just in the middle of demonstrating stuff. So let's see, if we have a 2048, I've gone through and measured all of these with the randomized phases and the +1 dB technically. Here's what I learned, and I'll give up on explaining this more now. I'm getting stuck in a rut of trying to explain this. The purpose of this was to identify which sounds sounded most like actual reverb and least like unpleasant digital harshness. And thick is supposed to kind of count as unpleasant digital harshness. Although I'd honestly say it ain't that bad. So these low-scoring ones are not the only ones. I've got second string in here as well. Second string are all the ones that didn't even rise to that level. Not as many of them in the fours. So how are you going to tell the difference between all of these? And the answer is you don't actually get to do that with your ears because ear fatigue is a thing. It's like listening for dithers or something. You want to get it correct, but you're never going to be able to pick it out every time. So those are all the bad ones, right? So I have made this measurement and organized all of these by the new high score. The high score being what is the lowest possible RMS relative to peak after having run this processing. Because on the one hand, there's the Into the Matrix program that's generating these reverb algorithms. Then I spend all morning, for every single morning, generating these audio examples out of every attempt that I make. And I'm cutting them down by one. I've been running 15 instances of the program. I'm only going to run 14 from now on because I need time for working on these other things. But if I run that FFT thing, which interestingly does have the randomize of phases, and I'm not honestly sure what that... I'm groping forwards trying to find ways of analyzing these things. And I don't necessarily know how it's working out. The goal is to make it so that... Don't mind me, I find something in my pocket. What's that? Fascinating. I found a weird little sticker in my pocket. I think that must have been from a con I went to. And it's been through the laundry before. Didn't realize that was there. Now I'm trying to read it and see what it says. I think it's some kind of little vinyl sticker from a musician that I met at a con. Yeah, I think it's just a pretty sticker to stick on things. So the idea is throw away all of the exactly 512 of the 2048 bins That's leaving the rest of them. And in theory, and randomizing phases aside, if I have a really uniform behavior of the quietest sounds, it will tend to favor just kind of gating out the reverb after a certain point. Like it's going to be emptied out. But if there are unpleasant harmonics, and remember I've already run through millions and millions and millions of alternate things for every single one of these in an automated way. We're going to attend to the fire a little bit more. So in theory, if this is working, and I feel it's working more than it's not working, I get to run that audio processing, kind of heavy. There you go. I get to run that audio processing, and it will strip out the quietest parts of the sound and make the high-performing reverbs even lower in RMS relative to peak, while also kind of rearranging them. There is nothing anywhere that says you should do this in order to work out what's going to be a better sounding reverb tank. That's strictly me doing this experiment. I don't think anybody's done it. You don't normally use like MP3s or FFT processing to determine the quality of something like that. So it's definitely on the tricky side. But I've been getting a result, much like I'm getting snowmobiles and snowblowers running around outside. And I'm going to show you what the result is. So these are the top performers out of the four, and VerbTiny is not the top performer, but it's one of the high performers, and it is also the largest size of any of those. But the sizes do tend to lean towards larger ones, and that's a helpful observation, which I didn't make until today. See how the it says 23.9, 25.3, 24.9, and some of the other ones don't necessarily. I don't know whether that correlates. We're still trying to figure this out. Here's the smallest one. And if I move this out of the way, you can hear slightly larger ones, because these tiny ones are not helpful. However, I say that does have a roomy sound to it. And then we have four that are color-coded orange in a row. Listen for similarities in the sounds of these. Here's VerbTiny. They sounded kind of similar to each other. I'm getting a like sound out of these through this measurement. And an interesting tone quality as far as it sounding really very distant. So then if I find somehow the other one, there we go, there's the other one. Same deal. Same deal. These are all of the reverbs I have made. You notice how there's 228 of those? Yeah, I also had to go through another 438, none of which made the cut. These are all the lower quality ones. And then these are the higher quality ones in order of quality, a completely different order than I had before. I did not have this order before yesterday. and I spent hours going through all of these one at a time. Because the thing is, I can run a batch process applying this and making the other little file. And having done that, I still have to analyze every one of these individually in order to assign it the color. I don't have a way of doing that automatically. And same deal. I have got a couple in red and then a series in orange, and listen for the similarities in tonality. And here's another. And then the ones coming through in orange. Small ones and then larger ones in order. And then we've got these ones coming in yellow. And what I was noticing, especially with the very high-performing ones, is that there was a commonality of sound to them, which was along the lines of what I was trying to make happen. So I have a direction to take the reverb generating now, even while I continue to go and, like I said, I'm scaling it back a tiny little bit instead of having to go and manually generate and measure 30 impulses a day, which takes me a bit. I'm dialing it back to 28. I know, a big cutback in my workload, but it's just so that I can face it a little bit easier because it never stops and it always is that. And with a bit of luck, that actually gets to be a helpful thing, because I'm trying to make these reverbs that sound like actual rooms. And I'm trying to do it with just straight up echoes, with just the distribution of echoes. I don't know whether that's like the way of, I know that I don't think people normally go about it that way. I feel like that's how reality works, and so I would like to do it with only just echoes. And in particular, you are looking at Godot at the moment. We're going to fool with this a little bit more because there's something I'm trying to do here as well. And I'm going to want to use the 4x4 matrix versions of that for a custom reverb for this very plugin. I mean, for this very game program, of which obviously I'll be putting out the code that I use to do it as some kind of Godot extension or Godot plugin or something like that. I would love to see that. Hey, Memdarius. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of that. There's also this. I do also have plugin making, and I'll tell you why. You see that it says in the top phase shove, and then I've got Dynamics 3 and Dynamics 3 mono, because I would like to see whether I can upgrade my compression gating thing a little bit more before building the final console H before 2026. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to succeed, but I'd like to try. But phase shove is different. Phase shove is something else. And that's because it was brought to my attention that somebody is doing symbol synthesis on YouTube. And they've got this elaborate little system for how they do it, which has heavy use of like buses feeding back into themselves. And then they're doing all-pass filters and comb filters and stuff. They're doing a lot of stuff that's reverb adjacent. And they're using Face Nudge. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, Zane or Zoin or something. Only found out about this yesterday. As you can see, I have a lot of other things to think about, but I was very delighted to find out about. In fact, I commented on his YouTube video saying, wow, I never saw anybody do anything that cool with Face Nudge. So now I'm like, well, now I have to make a plugin that helps him do that better. So I'm going to make Phase Shove. And Phase Shove is starting out as Take Care. The only thing he's doing that I don't have accessible to me in plugin making is he's using FFT stuff for frequency shifters. I don't have FFT stuff as frequency shifters, but he's using all-pass filters. I can change a version of Take Care into this new Face Nudge. I've got the code of Take Care in there. What I'm thinking is, if that works, and he's just got a couple of face nudges of different sizes, you should be able to make a 3x3 householder matrix and have it do that even better. Should be. Maybe. Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. It's possible that that's not actually what you want to do at all, but I feel like I should try. So there's that, and then the feeding back, which he's doing with like DAW buses, I can straight up just do that inside the plugin. In fact, that's what my feedback control is. And then there is one final thing, which is phase distortion. And he's got a reference animation in his video where it makes it very plain. What his phase distortion is doing is nothing but modulating the playback tap of a delay forward and back in time and feeding the input into it. And that's what discontinuity is, except for discontinuity is on a much smaller scale. But all of these things I'm already doing. He's making incredibly I should show you. I could probably do that. Let me try. Let's new window. I choose to use Reaper because it's running a double precision processing bus. Logic does double precision summing, but doesn't have a processing bus. All audio units are running a single precision floating point. All audio units run a 32-bit bus. Reaper is capable of running a 64-bit bus. All of my plugins in Reaper make use of the 64-bit bus. When I run my plugins in Twisted Wave, they actually make the use of the single processing bus. I'm going to reinforce what Chad says here in the sense that anything that I do in terms of like making console or making an EQ or whatever is going to make more of an effect than what the actual DAW sounds like. The DAW is not really going to sound like much of anything, and all it can do is sort of faintly erode. And then let me... I was getting this YouTube video recommended to me, and I didn't know why. I'm going to have to run Audio Hijack again. I had never actually quit it after all. Okay. So if I do that, I can hear the results of this. And here is, oh, and somebody's replied, hey, it's Zion James. And I'm shouting him out on stream because of how cool this was. I am going to make him more toys to play with, possibly even today. But check this out. Here's what Zion did. I have not done any of this. I made the plugins, but I haven't gotten this far with them. And there's nothing to this that is not already kind of like my the building blocks in this, apart from the frequency shift, which is FFT based. I have all of these things, but I ain't never done this with it. Check that out. Oh, and then a hi-hat. Yeah, so you can do this, apparently. Watch his video, Zion James synthesize cymbals and hi-hats that sound real using the power of parallel comb filters. I supplied the all passes. His all passes are face nudge. And I'm presuming it's just because they are very simple little things. There's not much to them, but they are all passes all by themselves. But yeah. So that is amazing. And I can't get over how good they sounded. But all he's doing is similar to what you would do if you were going to make reverb. And that makes sense because a cymbal is like a resonating bronze space that follows some of the rules. It's a question of what your like frequencies and things are going to be of the all passes. And then the thing with making the stuff crash like they do, that's all to do with phase distortion, which is applying a simple, like take care applies the same thing. Take care, all that's doing is applying a vibrato, and all the vibrato is doing is altering the regeneration tap, the output tap of the delays that make up take care. So I have all of these things even already in a plugin. Take Care has basically everything here except for the frequency modulation. And frequency modulation, very cool. I'm probably going to have to come up with a way of working around not having that. But every other thing in there that made those is something that my code can already do. I just haven't done that with it yet. And it's high time I tried. But what we're looking at is Godot. And I may rush off and make another cup of coffee, and we're going to bash our way at this because here we have, let's see if we can reposition that so that it fits on the screen properly. And people who might be interested in doing this, as it were, will be able to. So here's what we've got. We've got these guys that sort of fly around. Right now I have a collision shape and another collision shape, which is currently in exactly the same place. Or a mesh instance and another mesh instance, rather. Because one of them is the object flying around in 3D space, and the other one is a phantom that needs to be the one that you see if you are closest to wrapping around the space. It's a 3D box. You teleport around in this box, and in order to do certain things, I need to be able to have either the real object or the phantom object react similarly. So that's part of what this is going to be about. And then we've got that is mesh billboard. That is a instance of a single sort of pane of texture that I'm making be very small. It's 0.69 meters. And when I switch over to Rider and run it as it currently stands, it does this. So we've got a bunch of dudes scooting around. And the ones with these little measurements, the ones with the panes on top are the real ones. I'm not reassigning it. But then we've got these other ones off in the distance, and those are phantoms. If I go towards them, I teleport into another position on the main. Imagine us being in like a fish tank. These are all the real things in the fish tank, but if I look beyond, I may or may not see ones that don't actually exist. See, they're appearing and disappearing now. I can make that appear or not appear based on what position I'm in. So some of what I've been doing, trying to make these appear in the right place, because we've got all these ones. They're the real ones, but I'm trying to make phantom guys appear when I'm real close to like the edge of the fish tank. And then, hey unknown, you can ask weird questions, but you might not get good answers because I might not understand what you're saying. Honestly, who can say? I'm not sure whether maybe weird questions will help. I don't know. In about a half an hour, I'm going to make another cup of coffee, and then we're going to bash away at either this or the symbol modding thing or the dynamics thing, because I need to do the compressor for console H and see whether I can make it be better. However, here's the situation we're in this space, which is we can scoot around in this 3D space where we can see all of these various guys. These are the real ones. They have the little squares above their heads. Those squares always face the camera. They are called billboards. And I need to do two things, which maybe I'll even be able to do today. If not, it won't be for lack of trying. One, there is a sort of additional one out there. You can see that they don't have the squares above their heads. Those are all what I'm calling phantom images. There's one instance of these little guys that also has a collision box. It's a full-on like 3D mesh. It's a little sphere with the texture and everything. And it's meant to be, if I am on the opposite side of this little fishbowl, I can even represent it, but I removed that again. If one of these guys is on the opposite side of the fishbowl from me, I should see its phantom appear right next to me. Like I'll move forwards a little bit, and then so it should be doing something like this. And it's not updating as fast as I would like. It should be doing this in every direction. It's only doing this in one direction. Look at what happens. We've got these things moving around. These are the phantoms. They do not have the quad above their heads. But then if I move forwards a little tiny bit, now they have the quads above their heads. And this is because I have just teleported through the wall of the fish tank we're in. So this is happening on one direction only. See what they're doing? Back up, and now I'm looking at the phantom ones, move forwards, and I'm looking at the real ones. And that is because the phantom ones are exactly 256 units in front of where the real ones are. The ones with the dots on the squares on their heads are now behind me. I'm going to different spaces in the 3D space. So if I back up, those are now the phantoms. If I turn around, there they are. That's where they are. Trouble is, if I do this in the other direction, I have reason to believe it's not going to work. So let's center ourselves a little bit more, and then find a direction to point. And if I'm pointing the opposite direction, the same thing does not happen. Instead, what happens is, first of all, let's make it so that there's more of these in sight. We'll go here. Oh, hang on. Good Lord, don't tell me that I accidentally fixed it. This can't possibly work for everything. It's supposed to be doing exactly this. I just hadn't done the coding to fix this yet, and yet it's now doing it, at least at some times. If I pick a different direction, there is nothing in sight until suddenly they all appear. And then disappear. Move a little bit and they're no longer there. So let's see what this code actually says now. I got the code to actually work, kind of, sort of, maybe. So what are we looking at? Also, I can make that run more often. Mod 4. Yeah. I enjoy your side conversation about DAWs. That's always very interesting. Remember, I've also tried interesting things like the DAW Bespoke, which I would warm to playing with again at some future time, just because I was able to make the interface objects in Bespoke overlaid over my camera feed, and that made it interesting to stream. I never really got very far as what I was doing with it, because it's along those lines of modular synthesis where I'm exploring playing actual instruments more these days, or I would be if I was doing more of it. So what are we looking at? This is all the actual code I have in here. So that kind of does it. In fact, we're gonna take this out of that section so that it runs full time. And what are we actually doing? We are assigning Phantom to player aim snapped vector 3-1. So that is effectively, and I say the one with collision, we don't know if this, these are the things I was just saying in human language, so I don't need to put it in comments. Got to keep an eye on that stove. It's going to be cold today. Technically, this business that we're doing with nearness is not actually doing a damn thing. We don't need to run it. It doesn't solve a problem I'm having, though. So we can skip that. We can skip that. And right now, all that's happening is if I don't player aim is the relative direction of whether I am pointing forwards. Snapped is able to divide stuff into smaller amounts. It's like having a for loop counting from 0 to 1,000. If you had it step 25, it would only do the 25, 50, 75, 100. Snapped can do that. You can have snapped be a smaller amount. For instance, if I did snapped a certain way, what would happen is that the phantom guys that are getting generated would be sort of teleporting around weirdly. For instance, I can do this. Player aim is going to be transform basis times vector 3 forwards. I believe this is going to produce something that's normalized. Although I suppose I could also I have not tried that yet. Vector 3 forward is normalized because it is all the aspects are 0 except for one of them is 1. I don't know whether transform basis, which is not snapped by default. I feel like that's not going to be normalized. Or maybe it is. Maybe transform basis is always normalized. The positioning of phantom, however, does not get to be normalized. In the sense that if you are pointing at the angle of the sphere and the one that you're trying to show is at the angle of the sphere, that doesn't actually get to be normalized to a distance of 256. That has to be larger now. So let's talk this through. Watch this. We're going to simplify this even more. So player aim. Each of these are now going to have phantoms, and they will appear on the screen. But we can't see them now, and I'll tell you why. Because they are all just past the ones we can see. So we don't get to see any of them off in the distance, because none of them are far enough. We can only see the space that we're in. I could make that be, there are ways that I could make this be a more visible box. Just assume that we've got our skybox and stuff. These are things in a box, and if I go to the side, you can see that there's going to be some way of positioning this where it's visible. Yeah, okay, so now I am higher up. And the reason that's changing is because we are slowing down, but what we're doing is we're going through the bottom of a box to the top of a box over and over again. And that's what it looks like. And if we move, you can see that we're going along this way. That's why I went sideways, is hoping to be able to show it in a more useful way. But we can kind of see what's happening. It makes it seem as if it is an infinite space, but it's really not. Instead, edge of the box. And we are clearly going at some kind of angle. and the box is yay big, and we're just teleporting through the sides. It's like we're in a giant cubicle fishbowl. So if I go in reverse, you can kind of see how that works. I do have the hyperspace thing that I did when Unfo was watching. But this is kind of how it works when you are teleporting around the inside of a box and you can only see in front of you. Is all these guys are moving around. They too can teleport around the box to the opposite side of the box because everything is within this framework of only being this size. The size is 256. Once I have this figured out, I can expand it. But one thing I am noticing is that if stuff is right at the very edge of the screen, we can see the double dot of those spheres there. If we're pointing directly at something, the one behind it is hidden. So let's expand this out a little bit more, because we're still trying to figure out how to make this work. That should probably work. So now what we're doing is everything has an additional one of itself that we see kind of moving around. See, everything that doesn't have the little square over its head is a phantom. So when one is right behind me, or well behind me, it's being moved forwards by 100 pixels, or 100 units. And so this is the speed of the update of the physics model. And they're just being placed in front of where the real one is by this much. Thing is, that's not useful. Because it's not doing a good job of filling in the space around the box so you can't tell that it's a box. We're trying to hide the reality of this box being there. Getting on towards noon, probably time I went and made my additional cup of coffee. I feel like I might actually solve this one today. Hard to say. But yeah, see how there are these sort of things on the screen? They're not moving along with the space. That's because we're overriding some of these in a way that's not helpful. I can also dial that back a whole bunch. So they're much closer to the real positions of the, and then what we get is when they are off the side of the screen, you can see them kind of, they're aiming in the direction of where I'm pointing, and only entirely where I'm pointing. So that has no real position in the world. It's referring only to the direction I'm pointing, and that's the offset by about 4. Trouble is, this does not correlate to the box that we're in, because what needs to happen, and it's so hard to explain this, Skybox is technically also a box, but it's of infinite size and distance. So I've got a texture on the box, but it's not being drawn as if it's a box. That part's being hidden. Maybe I should put the real box in too. See, if we go here, Here is node 3D. There's the box. See, I'm showing it now. I had that hidden because that wasn't actually what I was fixing to do with it, but Mesh Instance 3D, I made a box for you to see. This is what everything is contained within. It's 0 to 256. It starts at 0, 0. And what I should do is change the material. It's not actually a ball, it is a box. We've got it in add mode. If we have it in mix mode or something like that, it will draw differently. We have to draw it as shaded and disable all of these things. There's the texture. That is actually the... let me load a different texture. That's never going to work. This might. Okay, that's not working either, but it'll look interesting. So watch this. Blend mode add. Do I get to offset this in some way, I wonder? Yeah, drawn on a sphere, it only does that. This texture is it's a 16 by 16 texture, so maybe this is drawing, it's drawing on some parts of the box. It's just rather difficult to see what it's doing. This is basically me just playing with it. Okay, that's amusing. So if I have it be nearest, I'll be drawing a giant object, which doesn't actually exist, but that is within the box. And I'm wondering whether I can make it tile more. Don't care about vertex color. What happens if I do this? Nothing useful. Oh, interesting. We can flip those things around. Let's not add UV2. We don't even know what that means. We don't want to change this any. And I'd like to bump up the size of that texture a little bit, but I'm not sure if I can. Texture force RGB. Doesn't actually matter. Height mapping, don't care. Detail mapping, no. What does this give me? Oh, interesting. Okay, so I might be a little limited in how I use this, but what I can do is offset the position of these so that they more clearly represent where the box is. So let's hit save and make sure that I'm adding rather than blending. Okay. And now if I go back to Writer and run it again, there's going to be a little more in this world, namely, look, big giant white area. That represents the boundaries of this box. And I can fly through here and then teleport, which apparently gets me, see the bottom corner. There's the bottom corner. We can see rendering here. There's the top corner. And if I fly towards this and hit just the top corner, I'll teleport through to the bottom corner again. So you get to see kind of where everything is. So this is drawn kind of crudely, but all the same, it's the general gist of things. And that's going to work with the planes. See, we can kind of get to the center here, and then you can see that there is I'll move to where this part of the box is more visible. Now if I fly through this side, see I'm looking at this big L-shaped thing, that's the side. I will teleport to the opposite side of the fishbowl that we are in, which is delineated by these big lines here. And then I'll see that area again, including the parts up at the top, appear by going straight forward. And there they are again. And there they are again. So the extent to which I am hauling butt forwards seem to be slightly limited in speed, but that's fine. I'm just teleporting through one plane now. And everything is contained within this box. See, everything's within the box. And if I go right over towards the edge like this, oh, and then back just to here, see there's the other side of the box. Here we are up in the corner, and there's nothing visible out here where I'm supposed to be able to see these guys, because I'm supposed to be able to see a phantom version of them. Or up here, because I'm supposed to see phantom versions of them up there as well. But I can see them all over here. Like these yellow ones are hanging out up in that corner because that is the reference to what bright yellow would be is R and G. R and G are very high values, so that's the maximum. R and G is that point. I've also got some orange ones down there because it goes between maximum R, which is obviously this plane here is R equals 1. If I go through it, now I am at R equals 0. And everything I find over here within this shape along this plane, along this wall, is going to have a R of 0, and it's going to be blues and purples and such. There's going to be a bottom corner that is closest to black. And I can see which corners are which, so up here, this might be the position where ones that are white in color go, or ones that have white areas. See that one, it's not all white area. And that would imply, and we can see it against this color, here's my maximum R, G, and B all being white. We're looking down along all of these dots, and this bottom corner here, that's the ones where they are literally all colored black, and R, G, and B are all 0. So what that means is I can back up and go through that corner. Oh, well, apparently not. Now I'm at literally maximum yellow, so I have not successfully gone all the way. And this is part of the challenge of doing this, is I went through one of the panes before the other ones. If I continue to point in this direction and continue to go back, now I'm in the bottom corner. And this is where ones with areas of black end up hanging out. So we kind of see that. And, well, I mean, the thing about this, Chad, is I can make this an actually large space. What I can do is have this be larger than 256. That's quite easy to do. But then, since it's a 3D space, there is also the prospect of having it effectively become infinite. Like if you see anything in any direction, no matter how tiny a spot it is, you can go to it. So what would happen if I had those little squares at sort of all points of the compass at box size in every direction? And one of the things I could do in rehacking this, also I need to go and make my other cup of coffee, so maybe we'll leave this here for the moment. Switch to FireCam. I will load up FireCam. I'm going to leave this stuff drooping around here so that people can wonder what that even is. I'm going to make my cup of coffee and I'm going to throw another log on. And then we're going to do a couple of things. So one of the things I'm thinking of here is, shall I make that size not be the number 256, but instead a variable based on, let's see, yeah, we're running hot enough. I don't need to do more. A variable I can define in the beginning of the program. That way, if it's 256, that's fine. But also, if it was like 30, everybody would be crammed together to an unbelievable extent. But then if it was 1,000, everything would be way scaled up. And I can have that as just a variable and base everything off world size. Probably that should be the name of it, is world size. And then I go through and rehack a bunch of things that are literally using the number 256. If everywhere that says world size, then I get to do a bunch of other interesting things as well. Now, those little squares are little squares because that is just like two triangles. It's one mesh thing. So I could make lots of those. Every one of those spheres is like hundreds and hundreds or thousands of polys and a collider, but the squares have nothing to them. So I can make lots of them. So I can make them in a box where you're in the middle of just a network of these little squares, and that will put them accurately off in the distances, the multiples of world space, so that if you'll see these dots off way in the distance. And if you see one, you can go to it, because it'll be a real object. If I get this working for the bots, I get to start making asteroids as well, and that should be interesting. But one thing at a time. Asteroids will also be larger. And I seem to have drifted. Let me... There we go. That, or maybe it was getting whacked by something. There we are. Now it looks like the fire is sending off a radiant thing. Hey, I'm back. Fire looks like it's going pretty good. All them bots are moving around as they should. You can kind of see them go. You can also see the way that they are just offset from their source, or should be. Maybe they're affected by speed. See, these are supposed to be offset in the direction I am pointing. So that looks to mostly hold. I do wonder when they are moving around really fast, whether that skews it any. Also, this texture that I'm looking at was supposed to be a, maybe I can load that. Let's see if we can make this actually not only be the texture for the outside of the world like that, but let's also see whether we can make that be a object. What do we got here? Okay, that is our mesh instance. Add child node. Let's make another mesh instance. We're going to call that reticle, and we're going to make it a plane mesh, quad mesh. Technically it says facing the camera, but that's not always true. I have to call it billboard to have it be perfectly facing the camera. Now we need to have it be basically the same as the other one, but much smaller. And it needs a surface. So let's see, how do we get from here to there? Mesh size, material. Standard material, albedo. Here's where we load the one we want. That's the reticle. So that part does not actually relate to anything, but we can look at these things, including, see that little purple thing there? That is the image of the camera being depicted. So that's along the z-plane. So in theory, we can draw this along that z-plane. That's probably showing the camera pointing at here. And then we simply alter the size of this, but it's already positioned correctly. So firstly, there's our mesh. That didn't help. That's a little better. So now it's itty bitty square. And we need to, it's in front of the camera. We might be able to make it inside this mesh instance's material. I think we're looking from inside it at all times. And so therefore, this doesn't actually show. So you can make it be hemisphere, then it changes a little bit. But I think if we reversed the polarity, and by polarity I mean the, see, polys are visible from one side only. So if I flip faces, zoom in here a little closer. Watch what happens. Now it's the inside of the sphere rather than the outside. It's a different part of the texture. More relevantly, from here our camera is inside, and so we can see everything else, but the other side of the poly isn't showing. If we do this, we can't see anything. Hit save. I will demonstrate that point thusly. See, now I'm inside player. That is the world as seen from inside this sphere. So we got to flip the faces again. But then this, which is currently selected, could maybe scooch over here. So if we did have to go here we are. So now that is still on axis for the camera, but we can have it be inside that one and then continue to make it smaller. And if we do that, then if we go outside this, if camera goes outside this, like I do an ending thing where you found your counterpart, there's two of you now, and you zoop outside the camera and then you can see everything, you won't be able to see that reticle. Although it'll move weirdly, so I'd have to shut it off as well. But so what else do we need to do here? So albedo, texture. There's stuff about the texture that needs doing. For instance, metallic, roughness, blah, 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 blah. None of those things. Okay, so we are on albedo. So color, I'll be able to dim it down a little bit. However, sampling is going to be interesting because I'm actually wanting nearest. And I'm puzzled as to, okay, texture repeats when exceeding the texture size. Use texture repeat. Well, that I don't want. So we will not have it repeat. And we will have it be billboarded. But I think not keep scale. Let's hit save and see where we got, because there was a further, okay, sampling nearest is what's going to make it be exactly 1 pixel wide. If I run it now, I should see that, unless I don't. No, I do, but it's not being drawn correctly. Also, it needs to be add only. And it needs to see that color. That color instead of white is because I don't have its lighting set properly. So, Chad, that is an interesting observation, to be sure. I do worry about rendering too much at one time. So one of the things about rendering these balls, and why I don't have large quantities of those everywhere, is that there's a lot of polys. I prefer not to have them be rendered outside the camera frustum. And that is something that'll happen with Godot. However, these meshes, you can do a thing called multi-mesh where it will just automatically draw all of those, but it'll draw it very fast, but it will also not care whether it's being visible or not. There's a bunch of ways to do all of this, and I'm kind of gradually moving towards certain ones. Let's get out of here first because there's other fixes I need to do. Here's one of them. Clearly size is way too big already. So we're going to make it be 0.01 in turn. But the way it's being drawn is not acceptable. Now, I don't care about transparency. That has to do with the texture. But I care a lot about this. It needs to be in add mode, and its shading matters a lot. All of these are being drawn as unshaded. I'm handling all of this with stuff like fog. It doesn't have normal lighting. And the diffuse mode can be whatever. I get to have Lambert because none of that actually matters. Don't think I need to care about this. In fact, I don't. We can disable all the ambient lighting. We can disable all of this and that and the other. So the reason it is shading unshaded will change it so that it is a simple white pixel. Having it drawn as shaded meant that it was in darkness because there's no lighting. So I'm having it be unshaded, everything just draws and there's no lighting, and you just look at it. Kind of like really old video games. Having done that, I've also made it be 0.01, so I now quickly see whether it's closer to the reticle I was looking for. And that's not too shabby, so hang on, I stand corrected. Maybe I was pushing the wrong button. Okay, figured it out. So that's a reticle. I could make it be a little darker, or I can definitely make it be a little smaller. I don't know if I necessarily want to go 1/10 the size, but it gets to be smaller than that. And one of the things that was happening is my acceleration and deceleration is altering. It's doing that warp thing where FOV is being changed. So if I do only this, then I'm no longer updating the objects in the world, only the skybox. This is the skybox. So now, no more skybox. We start at exactly the middle. Now if I aim for something and hit forward, I should move towards it. He says as he tries doing that, and it doesn't do exactly what I thought. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, there's an upper corner. You should see where the walls are, because this represents where the walls are. I could mellow that out a little bit. It's made from the same texture as the reticle. What happens if I hit forwards as hard as I can? Does it go the direction I want, or does it not do that? I'm going to say near as damn it, that goes the direction I want. Ah, but that, no. So we're going to continue to aim at, basically this means I need to readjust this reticle. Even though it's exactly aligned on one of the axes, it's not actually being accurate. What happens if I charge forward now? I went kind of off to the side. Interesting. Could this be a factor of where the reticle is at? I don't know. Also, I have words drawn on there, but they've been deleted. label 3D. There is another situation where words and things would also be well suited to being drawn inside the sphere, because the sphere also has the collider. Make it be even smaller. That's very tiny. Wonder if it's visible at all. I guess we'll find out. There's our camera. There's the reticle. Oh. Controls don't do what I thought they did, do they? Never mind. That ought to work. So center offset may be relevant to what I'm doing here. Let's see what it looks like now. That is a better reticle. I don't know whether it's aiming correctly. Can I aim at that corner and have it go to where I think it will go? Kind of aims up a little bit, doesn't it? Also, I need to make that be darker. Give me a second. We're going back to here. We're going back to the world. We're going to do this, and then we're going to dim it out. It needs to be not as bright as this. And here's how you do it. Maybe. So that has applied a transparency. Let's see whether it did anything. Nope, that's not transparent at all. Reticle is shaping up though. Oh, I was using this, wasn't I? That made those little corners like this. You do this, and it shows the size of the box more accurately. Okay, this might be kind of amusing. We got pixel dither. This is going to draw this area as like screen space little white dots. So I'll be able to see through it, just not in the normal way. I have already tried doing this for the bots and it didn't look nice. But this, on the other hand, looks a little nicer. I've made it a little bit too dim, but you do get a sense of this is the box we're in. Go to the side, and then here we are coming through the side of the box some more. So you can kind of see this stuff going by. And there's the situation that we are in. Inside the fishbowl with all of these different things. So, I had an idea while I was making coffee. And clearly also while drinking it. I am trying to check for positions based on where to put these additional balls here. You see the extra one on there? Also, I was going to do another thing, so bear with me. I'm concerned that I cannot reposition everything in the scene the way I would need to. So that so mesh instance 3D. Trying to figure out whether there's a better way of doing this. Ooh, alpha? Okay. Maybe that's better. Certainly better than glaringly bright and luminous. Fair. Distance fade. I think proximity fade does something completely else. Distance to another object. Ah, but which object? The camera? What do we got going on here? Well, now I want to see what that does, so let me run this. I've got about 5 things floating around in here. I need to change the size of the universe or specify the size of the universe. Okay, distance to another object. I don't know what the other object is. It's obviously not me. Because I get closer to it and nothing happens. Let's not do that. Let's go back to distance fade. At least I know what that does. Pixel alpha. That makes it be quite dim. Ooh, although oh, well, hang on now. What have I done? Help me. Everything has vanished. Okay, can I have that back? Thank you. Alrighty, so back to where we were at. Pixel alpha, min distance 0, max distance that. Does this mean... Oh, and I'm running it in the wrong place too. Everything's going wrong today. Okay, that's far too dim. Don't mind me. We're just going to make max distance be a little bit larger than that. And presumably it's going to work. Stencil. Oh, hello. Okay, so that could be interesting. Needs another object, though. Huh. Shows silhouettes of objects. That could come in handy, but I'm not sure that's the way I would want to do certain things. Remember, the original version of this had giant sort of 3D traceworks everywhere. I'd like to see a little bit of that, but maybe not this way. Let's jump in here, run this again, and then see whether maybe we can step forwards. Yeah, so that's a partially transparent thing. And I can use my reticle to aim and see whether it's accurate. Maybe not completely. So if I aim for this corner, no, I'm going up more. If I aim for there, I'm still going up too much. I feel like I could make a better representation of that. I don't feel that that's actually good. So let's fool around with it a little bit more. So now we can make it fade out. So, since it's fading out, we'll pick a different texture. Pick a texture from in here. I'm looking for something that's as much like a grid as I can get. I probably don't have anything of this sort. But maybe that, yeah. Then what else are we doing? We are offsetting the edges in a certain way, which I feel I can make that be a lot smaller. So where did I get that? Grow. Yeah. Hey, Will Kaiser. Why, thank you so much. That's cool. Let's see. So now if I do this, there's still that edge. Gosh. Ideally, I can adjust the size of this. So Mesh Instance 3D. We'll just call it fishbowl and see if we can refer to its size. If we can override stuff in the script. First, make sure it still works and see what it looks like with the new texture. The new texture is so completely pale that you can't even see it. So how about that's a non-starter from the very beginning. And that was a matter of distance fade, so 0 fade means it's very, very opaque. Except for it's add only, so it's not as opaque as all that, but we can still, let's see. What happens when these cross? Oh, interesting. Okay, max distance 0, min 612. I don't know what that means. We're going to find out what it does, though. And it maybe is still too dim. No, that's pretty obvious. So each of these pixels is actually quite large, but now we get to see what this fishbowl looks like. We book in this direction. That gives a real good sense of what our motion is like, because the pixels are helping greatly in terms of where our position is actually at. See, we keep teleporting through planes. And of course, the idea is to be able to zip around and go to all these various places, like go and search for these ones up in the top corner and do things like that. But I should also be able to go to this corner here and see a phantom of the yellow guy there on this side of this wall. That's what the idea is. So what I'm also wondering, so one of the things that I can do is make the little squares multiply and duplicate and have them be exactly a 256 or whatever. We haven't figured that one out yet. Beyond that position. I'm going to want one offset up, one offset down, one offset to either side, and then front and back. That is all doable. I don't know whether I can or even want to do that in code, but I'm going to want to scale everything in code. And I'm actually quite happy with this granite texture business, making it much more obvious what the bounds of my box look like. Because see, if I go to this corner, bloop, and there I am coming out the opposite corner. Go through this corner, bloop, and there I am down in the, like I could be placing objects that are colored in such a way that they're sort of, you could have, say, a sphere that was black on one side and white on the other, and it would just live at the corners of the box so that you'd be able to see what polarity you were at. Because see, if you go through here, this is now the maximum white corner, as you can see by these guys making their way over. And then respectively, go up to here, and this is maximum yellow corner, which is the same as R and G. But there's no blue. And it's going to hover around here, but the opposite color for it is going to be all blue and no R and G. So this corner would be yellow, and the opposite, I can look to the opposite here. Oh, and some of my motion still needs work. It skewed me to the side quite hard there. And I am migrating a little bit. see we've got some blue. So this would be the corner where 100% only blue would be. And here I've got a mostly blue, except for there's a bunch of red in there, so it's going to make its way over to the red area. And all these things are represented by visualization within a 3D space. Yeah, it's the universe inside a block of cobble. I could even draw a representation, except for I'm not going to want to represent the square. But oh, also look over here. I see where, and again, I bolted forwards and then skewed to the side. I don't know why it did that. Here's where entirely red bots hang out. In this corner. This would be ultimate red. So the opposite of this corner over here would be no red and 100% green and blue. That's cyan. And see how I scooted to the side? I don't know why it's doing that. So up here is a cyan corner. Theoretically, you could sort of figure this stuff out in such a way that if you were, and see, I've got slightly cyan looking. See the texture this one has on it. Well, maybe it's not all that cyan. Means it would be heading up here. If there were 100% cyan pixels in any of these guys, they'll try to make their way over to this direction. So in theory, it becomes this puzzle game. And maybe we'll end up with obstacles, you know, asteroids and things, where you're trying to decode where to go looking for certain things. And I haven't really got that sorted out quite as much yet, but I am at least, oh my God, let's look at this guy. This one's in an enormous rush. See, much like with the previous one, you have these extremely colorful ones, and they end up just booking it all over the place. They cover a lot of ground. They're going a lot of places. That's not really what I have in mind right now. Okay, how about attempting one thing at a time? What's our first thing? Let's see whether we can do world size. Here's Node 3D. Actually, I'm not defining anything here, so let's go and find how we do that. Partial player, virtual body 3D. Here's where we define global things. So we're going to go to where it says this, and here's where we define stuff like world size. Loafed. Ooh, have I just broken something? Well, I know I don't have the semicolon I need. There we go. Ah, but we can't do that, can we? But we can do this. But I believe that is underlined because we're not using it for anything. So in ready, we get that, and then And it just gave an autocomplete that was gibberish, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll just delete that again. And something having to do with size. And it's not that. Okay, let's leave this for the moment and go and see what we're talking about when we do say size here. It is a mesh instance 3D. So mesh size looks to be what we're wanting to do. So we can probably specify that that's a mesh instance 3D in invoking it. Do that, and we have better autocomplete. So do we want mesh here, or probably? Or do we want scale? Oh, that's not correct. Oh, you're enjoying cream coat? Nice. I'm glad you were. Let's find out what this actually is supposed to be. Property size. Property mesh. Property subdivide. One of these days I'm going to figure out what that means. So also I'm curious if my transform is different. No? Oh, it is. The transform is different, isn't it? Hang on. If we make that be tiny, because I can't get access to it easily, this is only a visual representation, anywho. And then do scale. So if that was useless, then it will no longer have texture. Oh, hang on. Hang on. If that was useless, then it will no longer have texture. I no longer have good texture. If I even see that anywhere at all, it's not where I want it to be. Yeah, see, I see it kind of there. But that is unhelpful. It's like coming into shape here, but not in a way that's nice. So that's weird. That broke. Let's try to fix it. Well, the transform position is going to need updating. Maybe I need mesh X. Yeah, because that's what I was looking for. That should have put that back. So we can't do mesh size. Can we do mesh X? Ooh, I feel as if that is somehow subtly wrong. Instance. Does size live here instead? Can I even get access to... If I can't get this, I am in a world of hurt from the very beginning. It feels wrong not to be able to do this. And yet I feel like it should be the mesh resource in some way. So I get very few options here. Very few options indeed. Oh, sorry. Bumped the microphone. I'm going to rinse out my coffee cup and I'll be right back. Oh, I need to throw another log on the fire too. Clearly, I need to throw another log on. Let's make a good sized one. There we go, that ought to get going again. Okay. So this is being super unhelpful, and I don't know why. I don't know why I can't refer to that. I could maybe make it be indirect. Or maybe that's what, well, there's the autocomplete. I guess we find out immediately whether that did nothing or changed everything. Signs point to changed everything. Let's world size equals 1.0. That should be unity. Okay. That 100% absolutely worked. Which means we have another thing that I think could possibly work. Or perhaps not. We'll find out. I want to say offset here. That's not correct. the thing I'm looking for, we're going to look for scale here. And then I'm looking for what else? Position. And position is also going to be a positive number. That's positive 128, not negative. So node 3D transform position. Hey. Now in theory, if I blank that, and I blank that, save it, run this, it will have put those back where I expect them to be. We're going to find out. That did not happen. Could that have started as 0? Oh, that could have started at 0. I see the problem. Hang on. Give me a second. So I'm trying to make that be 256 and 128. But if it starts at 0, 0 times 0.5 is nothing. Or rather, well, hang on. So I'm supposed to be able to scale up, but size, maybe not. So there's position. I feel like this is a problem. There we go, got that back. But what have we now changed? If we don't touch anything, it's still fine. But we've just updated things. And we made it be far too large. So instead, scale well, first of all, let's see whether we can scale by 1.0. I'm going to have to put F in each of those places. Whether we can update that and it'll actually still be correct. Okay, because I can make them, if this works, I can make a math operation that will deal with what I'm trying to do. There we go. I don't like the way that I scooched to the side there. I am trying to accelerate, but it's taken me sideways on. See, aim there, forward, and then it's drifting. And I don't know why it drifts in that direction, but I don't like it. Straight up actually seems fine. Also, I seem to be able to get infinite speed that way. Now, next order of operation for trying to make this rescaling of the world work, because I'm going to want to do it eventually. So Actually, this is only in reset. I could simply that's supposed to get me what I'm seeking. Then we see if it worked. So far so good, but what do we get if we make it bigger? None of our actual teleporting or scaling things are updated yet. Does this give me a seemingly larger world that is still using the same boundaries? Maybe. My offset seems about the same either way. That's interesting. Oh, I know why. I think I have a detail to change. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, this needs to be updated in this way as well. So let's see whether I can make that happen. I'm going to want to do this. How's that? I don't know whether that worked. Doesn't work in this corner. But we did scale everything up. So the far corner is now farther. In a way that works. I also feel like my positioning is automatically not going to be scaled to this. So maybe we're fine. So what's happening is I am defining this as I keep hitting tab in the wrong places. Yeah, if I do this, now it's going to be half the size. And it's positioned very poorly. Yeah, that's all screwed up. That's not giving me a good sense of the boundaries of this world at all. So, no bueno. That's not going to be okay. I think maybe position goes back to what it was. I guess we'll find out. Boy, I'm falling all over myself today. That's usually what happens when I'm trying to do stuff that's over my head, but that's my job, so oh well. That should be correct. Only thing is, okay, so maybe this is the time to start dealing with some of these things. I'm trying to use this for everything. I maybe have that correctly specified, but we'll find out real fast once I actually have other things in question. Like, for instance, oh, hi, can we not use this? I kind of need to be able to use that global. I don't remember calling it private or anything. Fine. Let me access this. Get parent role size. How about? Nope. Supposedly this is... Why are you giving me the same options? I'm trying to do a node path, which is going to parents, and it's not actually helping. Can I even get the parent of player CS? It's the child of Node 3D, so that should work. No. Oh, bloody hell. How do I do this? I want that. Give me this. Oh, it's a private. Well, duh. It would kind of make sense. You can't actually get it if it's a public. How? No. No? How about... No? Dang it, you. Will you give me a break? Please cut me a break. This is not hard. Ranting away at this thing. Okay, how about this? Well, you can get some stuff off of there, but can I get that variable that I just made? Looks a little bit like I can't, and I don't know why. I do not wish to have all of these things typed in individually. That would suck. I want it to read at least off of, well... No, that's not how you do that. Okay. Ugh. Yikes. How about no? Okay. Googling time. Let's see if maybe Reddit has an idea. I always am very frustrated when getting stuck on stupid things, but that is sometimes how it be. I think you need a few more question marks to make it clear. Here you go. Get parent, but isn't that what I'm already doing? Is that not what I'm doing? Looks like that's what I'm trying to do. Supposed to be one level up. Ain't it though? Okay, so ready. We are in a rigid body 3D. That is the global class. This is a child of this one. I do have that as a public variable. I'm also using it in here, so we are actually doing stuff with it. I believe that's where you declare stuff. So that should have worked. Why? Interesting. So I have to do that? We're talking about C# after all. Well, shucks. So if I declare that, and see, that's the same text there. Huh. So maybe I can't assign it like that, but I could do that with it. And then in ready, this is the first ready that I get. Still can't find it. Let's quick see if it works at all, or whether we've just broken everything. We've broken everything. And that's why. Let's try again. Interesting. We are now offset in a way that's unhelpful. Or I have simply not maybe my real position is where it thinks it is. Yeah, green and red. So I feel maybe its position is simply not updated. The rest of it is operating as expected. That doesn't prove that this is correct, but the behavior is closer to correct than it might otherwise be. Well, that looks, well, hang on. Does it have to be after export? How about that? What if it needs to set after export to work? It is saying things like 11 usages now. Oh, more? What's more say? Code vision. Okay. These are presumably the usages. Let's find out whether it has other usages. Well, we don't have it in the autocomplete here. Do we have it in the autocomplete here? Signs point to nope. That's not the variable I specified. Not even close. Oh, and this is why it did the thing. It did the thing because I literally positioned it differently. What I'm trying to do is load that variable from elsewhere. Well, you can't directly do getParent. How about this getParent? And then that's gibberish it's suggesting. But maybe this will get me somewhere. Fair, Chad. That's exactly the kind of situation I'm looking at, maybe. Or at least that kind of thing. Do we have variables hiding around in here somewhere, anywhere? Still missing something. Also, is this the C# for this business? Let's find out. And public class, I'm not actually calling it your custom class. That would be silly. It's a Node 3D. So rather than use this language for it, we can do that, and then now we're supposed to be able to access some of these things. Whether I really can or not, that's a whole other question, but this is the language they used. I would think that variables I declared in there would be available here. Some of its stuff is available here. Oh, geez. Access the value of the health variable of the parent object from the child object. Yep. So signal up and call down. Huh. That's apparently good advice for people who know what they're doing. Not good practice, A. Somebody explained. Parents should be calling down to give its children any information it needs. So, that works differently. I don't know whether the children exist yet at this time of instantiating the parent. But I believe what they're talking about is updating these things. I don't know whether they have to be public. What they're basically saying is you need to use the parent to tell this what its value is. So what happens if we try to do that? Easier to do in the other way. Doesn't like that, but maybe that's just because I'm doing it wrong. If I do this, then what happens? Nope. Well, gosh, can you do anything or can you not do anything? That's worrying. Well, we're able to deal with stuff here from here, so that should give me the path. What's my fire doing? Fire's doing okay. I'm able to do it with bot, so I should be able to do it with player. How does that go? Bot, da 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 da. So I should be able to update also world size from here. Interesting. Looky here. These are all private. It's call and ready. How do we instantiate this stuff here? If we had a public variable, would it work? Let's find out. We know we're instantiating this. It's going to be one of these. We're specifying that. Now, if we, knowing that we're doing that, does it autocomplete with world size? I don't think we're there yet. we don't have the class talking correctly yet. But rigid body 3D, these things are all here. Public override void ready, so we can call that. That's all fine. We can define the variable. We're talking only to instances of, oh, hang on a moment. What if we need to get the node, which is basically just itself? Its basic characteristic, well, no, those are not itself, is it? No, it's a node 3D. So those are all properties of node 3D. It's like we're not actually adding anything. This is not going well. It's not going well. Fair, rigid body has not HP property. So that's supposed to work. Maybe I can't call it a node 3D. Yeah, maybe I can't call it a node 3D. Well, that's messy. I don't know if I like that. I'm almost tempted to just make it do the world size every place I'm using it. Because I don't anticipate actually needing to have that scale so much. I can simply update it in every single script I need to use. It will be messy, it'll be not good. Oh no, it's cargo called programming. Yikes. Okay, so they got 3 upvotes and are apparently pretty determined. These are all methods. Those are all scripts. This is definitely about structuring objects. Maybe that's why I'm confused, is that I did Unity a long time ago. I am not going to make a packed scene of just world size equals 256. That is super duper no bueno. No way. This is all the kind of stuff that I don't know about and can't do. So I'm tempted to just scorn it and not do it. It's a shame. I'd love to be able to update this in only one place. It's like it's going to be completely impossible for me to update it only in one place. That seems a total shame. Hang on. At export, you say? And apparently you can, well, hang on. Can you do that? Let's see if you can do what it says you can do. Back to here. Alrighty. And now we do not update this here. And we've got errors and problems and faults all over the place. Yeah, that's why. So that I don't get to do. We changed anything here? No. What about changes here? No. That probably conflicts with other things. Let's see if we can still run. Should be back to normal. We're not fully back to normal because we have no bots. Also, I still have that problem if I aim the reticle at something. Oh, we're drifting. If I aim the reticle at something and accelerate, I'm off. How about here? How about here? Oh, that time it's not off. Anyway, bigger problems. This didn't run. Why didn't that run? It was working before. That should be working. This is kind of working. This is not working anymore, and I didn't change anything, so I don't know why. Let's find out. Yep. Nothing here. How about if we look into the errors and see if the errors had anything? No reference, no 3D, line 13. See if something... Oh, that's why. Look at that. That's a good reason for it to be super broken. I can't do that. It died at that point. Let's try this. There we go. Back to functional. Or what we might happily call functionality. At least it's working again. So what I was trying to do when I left off was populate this somehow. And it looks like I can't put public variables into rigid body 3D because it already knows what a rigid body 3D is, and that ain't it. However, player is a class. So it's the type of rigid body 3D, but its name is actually player. So in theory, I can refer to player and get access to that. So not override, I think. So we can do that, but then if we do and we can do that, huh. Hi. That worked. Now what? Okay. Okay, starting to look better. So if that works, then I can pass this on to whatever it needs to be. We're changing the size of fishbowl here. Now we also need to do the same thing in bot. Let's find out. I bet it needs to be public. And maybe we don't need to declare the value of it at all. Oh, I think maybe it wants me to. Nah, doesn't care. Now, boy, this does not select properly at all, does it? That's a big fail that you can't get all of it in one go. Okay, so if this runs and my position is like bunked right up against a corner, what that means is it did not send world size correctly. Oh, also we have a complaint about that. That's fine, whatever, I don't care. On the other hand, if it is in the middle of the space up and we are bunked up against one of the corners, so it did not successfully populate world size as I sent it. Instead, it used this one. It did not use this one. So, well, what if I do that again, but I do it after we run the bot stuff? What then? Then we're running ready, we're doing all of that stuff, and only after do we update it with the value I specify here. How about that? Let's find out. Is it still bunked in the corner? Yes. But why? I'm supposed to have a variable there. How about I just hard code it? Is it still going to be stuck in the corner, or does it run? It's still stuck in the corner. We are not effectively overriding this, are we? We are supposed to be able to do this, and yet not. Oh, here's a thought. It entered the scene, but it didn't recall ready. There. So you got to call it again. Let's find out if that helped. If it didn't, we're still stuck in the corner. Boom. I assume ready already got called, but I'm calling it again. Run me 203. I don't know. That said, if you don't count making another plugin, I do have a saturation plugin that is coming. I do have another saturation plugin coming. Let's use the same technique to do world size for BOD. World size. So we got to update this and then call ready. Hang on. Hang on. I should be able to get this. Why am I not able to get this? Add child bot. I get to call ready, but I don't seem to get to do this. Why not? So I have to refer to it as bot, not Widget Body 3D. That's why. Do you still run? They sure do. Okay, now we're referring to that specific class, meaning got there. Yay! That's going to save a little trouble. So first we make all of these. Let's do these in an appropriate sequence, or at least something that seems like an appropriate sequence in some way or shape or form. So first thing we do is we're updating world scale and stuff. We're passing this on to the children. Presumably that includes this. See if it still runs. Still runs. Then, let's see, none of these don't do anything. We got a bunch of scaling to do. And I don't believe I can double click to select all of these, but that's fine. We'll get there. Got one of those. That's the only place for that one. Then these need to also be updated. Kind of like that. That's all fine. That is going to need to be changed. And it's going to get in my way and not let me type the way I want to type. That's okay, I will just force it. And I'm going to want something like that, except for it's apparently not correct. And that is because it needs to be a float. Got there. Also, it does not seem to care about the precedence of operations, so I didn't actually need those filthy parens at all. Not a bit of it. So I'm going to need one of those. That part's fine. This is not doing a bloody damn thing. And then these need updating as well. Or do they? Well, they kind of do. this isn't perfect. This is even less perfect. But we can keep this dumbness, even if it is imperfect, because it will at least run. And I can fix it later. The idea is to have them be able to go to the next spot across the boundaries of the world if they need to. So in theory that works. Theory hell, it does absolutely work. Everybody's a little bit frantic, but that's fine. And now we see what happens when the world is way smaller than it was. Haha, smaller box. Everybody's moving much slower, and we're all much closer because the size of the universe is just not nearly as big. Although I can still go blasting through it like this. And then by the same token, so much so, in fact, that things are too far away to see. Still need to update that movement code. One of the things that happens here is it makes everything move a lot faster. Now let's see if we can get up to the edges of the universe. It should be drawing them. No, I suppose not. Okay, so I made the universe far too large. Let's make it half as big. It's still 4 times as large as the original. How does 4 times as large as the original look? Well, everybody is hustling. And we can get up to the boundaries of the universe this way and go through them. So that's still far too big. So keep hitting tab thinking that's going to do something when I'm typing a number. So smaller still, but not so small. I mean, okay, so that's interesting. We can make it so you can't see the boundaries of the universe. So how about 768? Because it shouldn't have to be just powers of 2. Does this make it so you can't see all the walls at the same time? Almost. And I can go to where this corner is. This is the white top corner. can still kind of see everybody moving around there, but a lot of them know they're too far away. And if I go through here, this is the bottom corner where the black colored ones are. And now I can't see the guys in the top edge. Oh, and here is this one coming to position. Goes to opposite places because see there, the extremeness of the colors. Book it till we get to that top corner. Then book it to the bottom corner. So yeah, that is a editable universe size. And just for fun, I'll go to half size and go from there. And you know what? I am going to, I suppose, run that again so that there could be something on the screen. Throw another log on the fire, and I gotta go and use the facilities. I'll be right back. At least the fire's going. Hi. Where's Chad at? Fair, man. Fair. Let's put that away. Let's put this away. Now that we have individually specifiable scenes, hey, yeah, I wish I was here more, but whatever. Hey, look, there's a whole bunch of people. Let's do something cool. I managed to pass on world size to different places, and so I get to do this. I'm not really quite sure why it's being specified in quite the way it is, but it's all cool. I'm guessing that means that I can specify it in the Godot editor as well. Yeah, I do also have plugin making work to do. In fact, that's sitting here, literally sitting there being ready to be worked on. I've just gotten caught up into this, so game dev mode it is, I guess. And that, in theory, is amusing to watch, so there is at least that. And I learned that you have to call ready again after having loaded it up with whatever it needed. Like this. If I don't call ready again, it does not take the new variable. So these didn't necessarily need to be there. The reason they are where they are is because I was having trouble making it seek the target correctly. What's that mean? It means we're doing this. And so let's play a little more, I think. What's happening here is it's taking the so direction times distance to target point, but also scaled down. And then this is moderating the effect. If we didn't have that, and we didn't necessarily scale it down very much either, here's how they act. There'll be more orbiting. They're repeatedly trying to go various places, but they move more like something that's orbiting in space. So the reason they're bouncing is because previously, if I had them able to teleport to the opposite side of the universe, much like this, they do not have the capacity to not just go off in a hyper. Like if I teleport through, if I'm seeking this spot up in this corner, and I teleport through here to this bottom corner here, it'll just keep trying to go faster and faster in that direction. So rather than following an apparent direction, what it's going to do is start going hyper speed. And what I needed to do is, if it is seeking a position like that, it should be able to go in the opposite direction and get there. Like if I go reverse from here, this puts me in that top corner. It should be able to go there from either direction. I had code for doing that earlier. So what would be the opposite of target point? Hey, Guybrush. Hey, Vitiv. So the opposite of target point would be if you... Well, first let's make it have the original problem. Bear with me, and I should have this up to... Actually, couldn't I simply take it from player? I think I can simply take this code and use that. Let's find out. Boom. And that uses world size and everything. And now you will see the complaint that I had. No. No, I have something else in mind for Christmas, but not supposed to say that. I got a little bit too hasty. So what's going to happen is this guy is going to teleport through the world and reappear at the bottom and still be going to the same place. So we have a continuing problem that is especially going to be a problem with the bright yellow ones because they are so close to this edge that they will always sort of port through and appear back here and still be trying to go. See, there's the guy, he's going to this top point, at which he will then swing through and go to the opposite again. So what I need to do is have this normalized in some way. I had something like that before. I don't remember how it worked. Looks a little bit like I have commented out something that might actually... Oh, no. That's not the correct thing at all. No. I'm calling them bots. You're supposed to go and find the one that looks like you, but you can't see your own textures, so you go through and like query and question them. And you're seeking a particular one, and other ones might or might not have seen which one you're looking for, and so on. And there's a lot of other details that I'm trying to solve now. So direction, target point, random question. I'll do the random question. This is too frustrating anyway. It's not going to be anything too wrong. Bear in mind, all of these since like 2008 do compensate for sample rate. In particular, console MC, console MD, the guts of it will compensate for sample rate. Whether it is at its best is another story, but the sound shouldn't be much different. It's not designed for the sound to be much different. In fact, it is not even one of the ones like Console 8 where it's got a Nyquist frequency softening filtering going on. So honestly, that's one of the ones that you're most at liberty to run at 48K if you want. So here's what I'm looking at. These need to be able to seek nearby. Like, it needs to understand that maybe the direction to target point is actually closer if it goes through one of the boundaries and wraps around. What that's going to mean is something like maybe, well, if they're all 250 times world size, it's not going to give me anything useful, is it? No, that's not at all what I'm trying to do. However, that might be a little closer. So let's go from there. Minus, I think. Thank you. Now, I do not know quite how this is going to work, but if mirror point is closer than target point, maybe that means I need to subtract that velocity rather than add it. So let's find out. Let's find out what happens when we try it. And are you gonna? No, apparently not. Not normalized. No, no, no. Honey, no. What are you thinking? It went crazy. Partly because I didn't tell it correctly. Distance to is what I'm looking for. That is not a true or false statement, so we can't just do that, but copy. What are you doing? Can you please not? Wow, holy crap. It was just messing with me big time. Why would it do that when I wanted to do this? Very good. So that's good enough. And now we see, with a little bit of an else statement, it's insane again. So let's ignore its insanity. And just paste that in. So now what we've got is if distance to, and we're going to reverse that. If distance to target point is less than the distance to mirror point, which is subtracting everything, then we pursue. But if we do not, then we are doing literal reverse. Now, I could also be doing that on each of the three vectors, linear velocity, x, y, and z. And that might be the better idea. but one thing I can do is see what it does, having just only done that. Because some parts of it are correct. So here we go. None of these are really moving any too fast, but some of them are going in the directions we're going to want. Like, for instance, let's keep a close eye on these yellow guys. They are still coming up this direction. I feel like see how fast that's going? And it goes through, it comes out the bottom. This should be slowing back down and going back the other way, but no, it is not. Yeah, this is not working. I mean, it's working, but it's not doing what I wanted it to do. See? There's another dude supposed to be going through there and then turning back around and going back again, but that's not what's happening at all. And see, this one with a very high rate of speed is just teleporting through the bottom and reappearing. And it's going to just keep on building up speed as it goes. I can make these a little more hectic. It'll be easier to watch if I make them move a little bit faster. Earlier, this was a factor of the distance. Now it's just direct. There. These guys should pick up a lot more speed now. In fact, they're bouncing me around. I'm being run over by bots. And we should soon see the problem. Like, these yellow ones keep trying to go up to this position. And they're supposed to emerge on the other side of the world and reverse course and try to go back through the wall, but that's not what's happening at all. They are just continuing to accelerate. And while there is a level of, okay, so we have now invented bots that are flying around, and some of them are just continually flying through space. And you have to chase them by going after them. In theory, if you see them past the range of the universe and continue pursuing them in this way, well then, that's kind of like a thing, but it's too messy. It's too messy. They need to be able to pursue things in a different way. So let's not have that. Target point and mirror point are okay. Probably. Oh, I can lerp the velocity just fine. Hey, Musical Armageddon, congrats. That is a good thing to do. You're always allowed to port my stuff to things. I'm trying to think of whether I can moderate it in some way. by subtracting half a world size and having everything be sort of centered around 0. I don't think that's actually correct, though. Fire's still going okay, keeping an eye on that. Got a lot to think about. So technically, maybe I don't even need to use distance 2 in 3D. After all, this is a normalized value. So if rather than doing this, we're relating to position, right? So that contains its own values. So yeah, Vinegar Jim, I'm going to be updating that. I'm not there yet. I got stuck doing the bot AI, and I'm trying to figure out how to not have them go too crazy. Hang on. Better. X. Minus, okay. Need parentheses. There's one, there's another. And then if larger than, half a world size. Oh, can we not do fabs? We can't do fabs. Fine. We can do this. Velocities. Okay, more. Excuse me. Now, technically, I don't want these all to be like this, but we're fine. Oh, no, I never solve problems, man. At least not with this kind of thing. Just end up doing other stuff. Let's see what we can do this time, trying to do stuff. we're going to see what it looks like when it does this. Might be able to do something even better, but for now, not so much. But I tell you what we can do. Huh, okay. It figured out what I was trying to do. Good for it. Neat. How clever. I guess that's because people have done things like this before. And then we're going to scale it to unit length so it doesn't have any weird diagonal nonsense going on. And then we're going to see what else to do. Don't need points anymore. Actually, slow up. Before we do that, we're going to comment it out just in case we desperately need that somehow. And then we're going to comment that out too. Boom. Now, I don't know whether this is even pointing in the right directions. This is going to matter. Whether that is actually the correct way to be interpreting it. But I did something like this before, and it's probably in the vicinity. Let's find out what it did first of all. They will start moving. They're not building up much speed, I'll tell you, but that's okay. I'm going to have to make them get more speed than that. That's no bueno. There. More speed and less deceleration by reducing that some. Oh, actually, no. Hang on. That's not correct at all. We do normalized, so normalized times 0.4 or 4.0. There. Now we're going to have lots more speed. Off they go. And less deceleration. Then we get to see whether they're even going to sensible places and whether they're hanging out in sensible ways. Also, whether I need to offset everything. So if these guys end up picking up enormous quantities of speed, that implies that it's not correct. Also, ones like this are teleporting in and out of space kind of a lot, but they're all supposed to be hanging around at about the same position, if this is correct. Like, what position it is almost arbitrary. But this is what we're supposed to, I think this is actually looking pretty good. See that guy? Of course, the density of ones that are rushing about like mad change things a little bit. Let's see if we can find ones that are fixed colors, like these red ones. They're supposed to be kind of gently orbiting between the two extremes, and that does look a little bit like that's what they're trying to do. See, you can look at the opposite side. And they're essentially trying to seek a position. So I can exaggerate that a little bit, I think. Let's give them lots of impetus, but then cut down the linear velocity by lots too. Or we could normalize it and make it all the same speed. That would be interesting. We'll find out what that does now. Off you go. So these are supposed to be all hustling at various speeds and seeking particular locations. I could make it go faster if they're far away from their ideal destination. That could work. So it's supposed to... Let's see what we can do as far as that is concerned. We could make linear velocity simply equal impetus. What do we get when we do that? One of the things that we get is that they are all in literally the same speed. That is indeed a regular pattern. It happens to be oscillating around a boundary condition, but one of the things that we're meaning to do here is make it so that as they disappear there, we get to see them again. Then the question becomes, how about that speed issue? So our direction seems okay. Distance is more of a concern. So position, distance, direction to, not direction to, distance to not mirror point, but something kind of like it, target point. So then if I take this back, put it in an appropriate spot, like for instance right there, then speed can be distance to target point. And then to be really silly, we can literally take this direct. But then I think I'm going to be wanting to slow it down more than a bit. So, oh, we apparently have delta. Oh, it doesn't like using that though. No. But we can apparently use speed because speed is a float. Let's see what we have. This might be just chaos now. Might be too fast. It's kind of like chaos. It's not always like chaos. Bits of it are very much like chaos. Maybe because when they are not stable, they're going away from their target point, and that's not actually what we need to use. So position distance to actual x and actual r. So that is still what if it was position minus target point? What then? Actually, that kind of is what that is, isn't it? I don't know what the next audio plugin will be. There is a backlog. I have a bunch of them. There is another audio plugin coming this weekend. Couldn't tell you exactly what it is. I do have a backlog. I have a bunch of them ready to go. Haven't decided exactly what the next one will be. We shall see. So, okay, so here's your problem. Impetus is accurately depicting what's actually the closest, but then if position and target point are on the opposite sides of the universe, then speed is extraordinarily high when it needs to be extraordinarily low. So maybe instead we do this code over again. Seems a little wasteful, but whatever. With the absolute values. That would look kind of like this. Copy that. Add them all up. Copy that, add that up too. It actually figured out what I was after. Now that may or may not. No, wait, it's still not going to do that correctly, is it? Well, we'll find out. Let's see what it does before worrying too much about how it's not going to do it. Yeah, signs point to that's not doing it correctly at all. They are punting me in the head. Boop. I'm going to get knocked about by flying bots. See, they're impacting me at something fierce. And they are not running properly in the slightest, so that's no bueno. That is not an acceptable way to get the speed. Impetus is working fine, speed is not. So that's no good. No good, no good, no good. Why? Probably because well, can I use mirror point? I feel like that's not actually going to help. Mirror point is only one position in 3D space. I feel like I'm going to need 27 positions in 3D space, and that's messy. I don't like it. So, well, I could make it be... What else do I have lying around? Not that. Not that. Not that. Oh, but we do have this little equation in here. So if speed was a factor of just how bright everything was, that will give things different behaviors. Now we have removed the hyperized thing, but we still have a okay, so some of our guys are very chill. They're not going fast or far at all. We up, but then maybe they take off or they slow down. And that's because the scale of how fast things move have a great deal to do with what its texture looks like. Dark textures are going to be rather chill. They're not going to move very fast, but then the bright textures will be extremely hyperactive and difficult to chase, much like we see here. Where are the yellow ones at? Okay, the yellow ones seem to be, again, warping through the space there. See, they're over here. And then they're appearing on the other side. So one of the things that I could do that I have intended this entire time is to try to make it so that they can be on track. I don't like the extremity of this, but the gist of it seems good. So we will go with something like that. That was too much, so instead we'll divide by a lot, but then we'll also add a little something just so that the darkest ones are not completely motionless. And let's see what we got now. How's our hyperactivity factor going? We can also lerp this. It'll make them a little bit less rigid and unrealistic looking. Well, now, what are you doing? It needs a vector 3, 2, and then a float weight. I don't know what's the 0 and what's the 1, and that's a problem. But I have speed as a variable. And speed is always going to be at least 1 because we add 1 to it. So technically we can do that. It's going to be happier if I use it as a float, but then. So no top speed. There's the lerp. Let's see how this behaves. Okay, signs point to this is a little more sedate than I had in mind. Nobody's moving at all. Well, that was amusing. However, this at least... Oh, because I'm not assigning anything to it. It is more than happy to simply do the calculation and then do nothing. Now it'll do something, but what? We find out. Okay. We are on the sedate side. How do they move when they have to suddenly change directions? Well, these guys are changing direction a lot. Where'd he go? A bunch of this stuff is white colors. They are just hanging around in this top edge. Although one nice thing about that is that it is doing the thing that I wanted it to do. See, they're following a path and returning to the point that they're supposed to return. The goal of this is that if I have a much larger space, and we can demonstrate that quite easily by making it a much larger space. Node 3D, 1024, save that, run it again. All of a sudden, we're going to have a much larger space. And that's going to make some of the, well, maybe it's going to make them move faster. I'm not sure. Let's find out. Upwards we go to near the top of the world. And now that we're in the much larger space, are these guys moving way faster than before? No, I don't think they are. This is kind of sedate. It's kind of chill. Jason M911, you were entirely correct. That is exactly what I had to do. I wasn't assigning it to anything. Okay, so this is not exactly what I had in mind, and I'll tell you why. It's not actually paying attention to world size. It's only paying attention to the colors inside the texture. We can go back to the small size again. But impetus and speed is only relative to the texture. Also, we're dividing by 64. But we might want to have this be relative to the world size. Firstly, we can find out what happens when it's just unmoderated. If we are just cranking away at full crank, we'll see how that looks. Might be a little intense. I stand corrected. What are we normalizing it? I think we're normalizing it. I would have thought that would change things, but it has not. Now, why would that be? Oh, because impetus is 1 divided by speed? Interesting. Well, do you get into trouble if you impetus you lerp by something that is too large? Let's find out. Okay, some of us are livelier now. Oh, some of us are a lot livelier now. Let's see how they do going on their little paths. They should all be following a little path of some kind. I see some of these guys are going to supersonic speeds. I see a weird blinking, and that implies that some of our speeds are no longer within the reasonable. See them going straight through, so that's a problem. That's not going to work. Lerping by a factor larger than that is no bueno. 1, it was fine. So I think linear velocity lerp 1 means it's being extra hyperactive. Let's find out what happens when we do the kind of thing I do in my plugins sometimes, and the inverse. One minus this instead. In fact, we can even fudge it a little bit. Go a little closer. Now what behavior are we looking at in terms of this linear velocity lerping? Oh, now they're all excited. Okay. Okay, but, dark colored ones do seem to be a little bit more chill. Let's see, where's our... Oh, I can't make any sense of anything anymore. Although I can barely see what's going on, it feels a little bit like they're punting me. I'm getting thwacked by bots. Like these ones that are dark colors do appear to be in some ways on the normal side. That's going to be a completely black color, and it's pursuing the next thing along its path that way. So yeah, all these guys, they're going way too fast. I can't even make head or tail of them. So What if I split the difference? So speed always has to be at least 1. And I don't actually need it here, do I? You can move to here where you're being used. Oh, what's it doing? Weird things are happening. Thank you. Weird things unhappened. I think we're close enough to not need this extra stuff here. That's probably fine. Now let's see what it's... Oh, are we still having a problem? It's showing a error. Oh, can't load it before it's declared. I am using it up here somewhere. Where am I using it? There I'm using it. Indenting is still going crazy all the time, but here we go. Now what do we got? Craziness? Slightly less extreme craziness, okay. Speed is clearly way more than we need it to be. That maximum speed is pretty intense, I'll tell you, but I do like the low speed of some of these. So instead, let's just keep messing with well, we could do this. Oh, hi, can we not do that? I would have thought we could do that. Speed's not a vector. Oh, it's a double. That explains it. But we can apply a float to a vector. So we'll convert it to float and go from there. And that's going to lower our top speed. And we 100% have lowered our top speed. Lovely. So now how do these guys go around changing their direction? Okay, I'm liking some of their energy. Some of them are meant to be very sedate. They do appear to be on their little paths. One of the things I mean to do, we're gonna, yeah, the final unbeatable level. Remember, we can do this. Get a load of this. Might be frame ratey though. Let's find out. Or not. No, a little bit. So we are chugging a little bit, but if we don't move or rotate, then it doesn't have to reassign as many things. I know exactly why that's happening. And we can see that lots of these little guys are hovering in their little places. So that's a little more of the total density that it's going to want. Now there's a reason why it's chugging when I do that. And that is because we are now running this literally every physics counter frame. But we don't have to. Now, if we do this, it might not chug quite as much, although it's not going to update nearly as much either. Wakey, wakey. And see, now we have all the frames we want because we are not updating every single one of these guys every frame with the position of the direction player is aiming. So now we have lots more of these. And we get to have a little bit more of a sense of what scrums like this are like. But what we don't have is them showing up the way that they're meant to show up. So I had an idea about that as well. And I also have an idea for stoking my fire. Don't want this fire to go out. It's cold out there. Thank goodness and thank my Patreon that I have firewood. We'll just keep that going. Alrighty. Got that going. Let's jump into some of this other stuff. This has turned out not to be a audio coding day, but honestly I can do some of that tomorrow. I could do it on Thursday. We'll find ways of doing it. I'll keep up with the stuff that I need to do. But this, I like the idea of video game coding on live streams because it means that there's more entertaining things to see. So this stuff has been working. And it'll continue to work even if I make the world size much larger, which is going to look more like this. See, now we have just as many guys, but they are all a lot farther away. Have this many guys and then also have like asteroids and things in the way, and it can become a lot more interesting as far as like going and finding ones and finding out where they're going or what to do about them. And you are going in and out of visibility. However, this is not wrong. What's wrong is I need to be seeing one of them when it is visible, and the other one of the two that we see there when it disappears. That's the behavior I need to see. Apart from that, everything's fine. See how it vanishes? we need to have one of them, like the one with the little mesh on top, visible, and then when it blinks out of existence, it gets immediately replaced by the other. I'm thinking about a way that I can make that happen. Yeah, fair. I mean, back in the day, I am over 55 years old, but when I was a kid, you know, I think it shows that I had my fun. Turns out you don't have to keep on doing it. And hopefully that's not got in the way of me being able to do this basic coding and not get it wrong. But yeah, see how we've got this stuff going on, and things like this. So what I'm thinking about is thus. This shouldn't be taking this much time, but there's other things going on here as well. And some of them can be set in the Godot editor, and some of them can be set in startup code. So here we've got two of these little objects, and we've got a thing called mesh billboard. I have some specific ideas about this. Namely, the facing plus and minus, I'm going to call it. So we'll start with this many of them. They're just little meshes. They're just little squares that always face the camera. But with the information I have now, I should be able to make them show differently. And if I can assign their positions, then I can make collision mesh instance and collision tape 2 snap to the position of the one I want. And that may just end up being useful. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to assign all of these things to relevant places. Like for instance, here is X. Transform, actually I'm going to want X to be 1, 0. X plus, X minus. That would have been a tab that I wanted. There we go. See, now that's on the other side. And Y plus and minus, same deal. That is actually what I wanted, so next Y minus. The last Z is Z plus N minus. would be plus, and then this would be minus. Should still run at a good frame rate. These are very small. Let's find out. Back to Writer. Also, I'm going to have a little work to do here because I think I changed the name of that. It may update all of them because they're duplicates, but that would assume I get the right one. Let's see if it works or if it has just fallen over and died. Hey. That is a picture of stuff that super duper worked. Every single one of them now has these little starlight clusters blinking around in all directions, whether they are off the screen or on it. It's very busy looking now. So all of those got assigned. Now here's the question. I've assigned that. We hit ready. We've updated world size. As we initialize this, let's maybe ignore this stuff. Or maybe we'll not ignore all of that stuff. Here's ready. Here's where we start. So let's now see whether we can update this. There's the brain stuff. Position is randomized. Now we go from there and go instance 3. Oh, hang on. That's not supposed to be. That's not how that is at all. Hang on. That, thank you. Then aha, and now we have filling in. Let's start with XP. Interesting. It wants to assign it to itself. I'm not sure what good that does. But if it's X plus, what we want is it's an internal position. So world size. Ah, but we can't do that, can we? But can we do this? Signs point to yes, we can. Let's quickly duplicate that. XM becomes negative world size. Alrighty. So now that we have done that, let's see whether this looks any different or runs or crashes or what it does. Aha. We've got these guys offset the way they're supposed to be. Nice. Okay. Good going. Let's do it some more. Y and Z. We'll get to that. And that would be Y and Z as soon as I take away these extraneous ones. Alrighty, that seemed to work. Let's give it a try. Okay, now we have the additional extra guys there, but although we don't have that much in the way of things off in the angle this direction, we do have a big looking bunch of floating guys everywhere. Not only that, watch this. It changes from one kind of thing to another as it goes from one place to another. This is where our distance thing and our additional balls come into play. See how that changed into the square and then back again? If we turn that square into the other ball and assign the ball to the one that is closest to us at any given moment, we are surrounded by bots, and the cards are always the most distant things around. And it might be just fine having it not actually apply to the corners, especially in a very large world space. So here's what we do next. We can get that. We're not going to define it, but we're going to use it. Here's our physics counter stuff. We no longer care about player aim because it does not matter what direction we're looking. Do need to define player aim though. Okay. However, so here's what we're going to be doing. We're cycling through 6 of these. The one that is closest to the player object, offset A, distance to where player position, is the one that ends up becoming collision shape 3D2 or mesh instance 3D2. Player aim ends up becoming whichever one is closest. So, it's going to work kind of like this. We do have where player position. Maybe you don't even need nearness. Let's find out. Or maybe we do. I'm not sure whether we need that or not, but at least things are moving in a direction. So let's see what direction we can move in. Also, I can iterate this in a more interesting way. I'm thinking in terms of the frame rate again. I am thinking in terms of the frame rate again. So first of all, we're not going to use this. We're going to use these, but we're not going to use that. That just stays where it is. Secondly, each of these things are their own distinct thing. And this moves over to here because it's going to end up getting duplicated. And we don't even need that. But what we need is something like this. It's going to be a messy if statement, but all the same, it should work. And then the remaining one would be the collision shape or mesh instance 3D2. That works like that. There. Oh, nice, it rearranged it. So XP distance is less than 3D2 distance. Well, guess what? Everything gets reset to XP because it's closer than it started. Just like that. So the next thing we do is we set up a switch statement. So we're not trying to do it every single frame. Not that we couldn't, maybe we could, but and I'm trying to remember my language for switch statements, but we're probably cool. Oh, sure enough, here we go. Oh, this time it didn't want to break? And then we explicitly spell out a way for it to get through. And then what is this problem with this, I wonder? Seems weird. What's our... Well, that didn't help. No, it didn't want that either. What's this little problem? Why is it acting like this? I'm disappointed. But all the same, I think this is a start. Oh, maybe it's just upset about this. Well, we can clean that up. There, now are you happier? Because we're putting that there. I wonder if maybe its problem was just nothing is being done. Or maybe it only, okay, it wanted a break after the statement, that's all. And it's now identified that that does nothing. So fair, fair. You're not wrong. It does do nothing. And the neat thing is the position should be persistent. So it's not like it has to flicker. If it doesn't update, it just doesn't update. No, it doesn't actually care about that part. All told, this looks legit. So in these cases, we can literally just update these things. XM YP because it's the same code either way. And if I did need to add corner ones, I can just follow this pattern. And it shouldn't even chug all that hard, he says, hopefully. Okay, and it doesn't want these, so I will allow it to not have those. And shouldn't need, that's all commented out anyway. Let's see what we got. Let's see whether it runs. It is running smooth as butter. The question is that actually helpful? Well, let's head over to this boundary. What are we looking at? Oh, okay, we are not seeing anything assigning correctly. So I am supposed to see the floating balls as they go past this area because it's closer to me, but I'm not. So maybe what's going on is I've got that backwards somehow. How about over here? Okay. All right, that's looking better. I am looking up into the scrum. And I am seeing a bunch of round figures. Those are the bots. And then if I go in and out, so on this plane it's cool. How about if I go down to here? On this plane, nothing is getting updated. Immediately, yeah, that one is not working correctly. See, it's turning into the card. Up at the top, it's not turning into the card. Up at the top, it's fine. So that's interesting. Yeah, because we can plainly see like this guy that's just gone past here. See, it goes through the ceiling, which is drawn here, and it does not change form. So it's working at least some of the time. But then a bunch of these guys, not so much. This area is a scrum. This area is not working at all. So yeah, up, that's what it's supposed to be like. Down, not. How about left or right? Okay, those are turning into cards when they go past the center. But what about on this side? Okay, we have a polarity issue going on. Those are all cool, even though the ones like literally up are cards. These are basically cool as well. Well, to a point, then they stop. But then on the opposite side, totally doesn't work at all. How about the remaining one? Here we go. Opposite side. No. Alrighty. Literally half of these work and half of them do not. There's some kind of polarity issue going on. XM position closer to... I'm not really sure why only some of these would work and some of them would not. Let's find out what happens if we invert the polarity of everything. This shouldn't do anything, and if it does, it shouldn't work. Logically, this should be breaking it completely. Find out whether it is breaking everything completely or simply reversing it is another possibility. So, top of the screen, sure enough, those are all cards. Bottom of the screen, are they all cards? Yeah. Interesting. Let's see what happens when we'll go back to that. So only 6 of them. Don't need that. Shouldn't need that. So what we're doing is we're trying to make this collision shape and mesh instance overlay one of those cardinal positions, up or down. Let's go back and check which one's up and which one's down. Y counts as up. So that's Y positive, that's Y plus and minus rather than not positive and negative. Not sure why I'm running it from here. It's not going to tell me anything new. Also, it's weirdly slower to run from inside this one. But yeah, if we go up here, it works. Everything visible is one of the ones that has been turned into a sphere. On the other hand, go down to here, they are all cards. I do not know why they would all be cards. So, okay, Y positive. Don't need twisted wave running. So this successfully works, but then Y minus distance to player position maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Do I actually want to measure to player position at all? I feel like I'm missing something. So what's going on is I'm trying to check each of these things and in turn check whether they are closer to player position. When it's positive, it's capable of doing that, but when it's negative, it seems like it is not. Why would that be? That the position of ym, distance to player position, is never smaller than the other distances. That seems weird. So what's happening? If you are like right close to a thing that's floating around on the ceiling there and successfully turning into the correct one, we're comparing we are comparing the location of Mesh Instance 3D2, and it's the closest thing to player until it is not. Until player is up at the top, it has gone through the ceiling and shows up at the bottom of the universe instead, making the card that's vertically offset from it suddenly be much closer. If, on the other hand, you are near the bottom of the universe and you've got the orb there, and it's going through the bottom of the universe and it teleports to the top again, there should be a card that's like closer to you than the thing that's just teleported presumably far away. Yeah, I mean, global position, that would be a... Oh, Jason, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Let's see if that's the solution. Because remember, position, global hyperposition. I'm measuring, yeah. You know what, Jason M911, I think you have nailed that. I bet that is the answer. Let's find out. It's going to be part of the if statement, but these don't change because we're not dealing with global position. We're just assigning this to one of the cardinal positions. And where player gets to be just as it is. Haha. I bet you anything that was it. You nailed it. You 100% nailed it. Let us see whether that was right. Jason M911. You may be the wizard that has saved this entirely. We'll find out soon enough. Let's see whether we still have the same behavior as before. Okay, that one worked. Okay, we see a bunch of these guys, and they are clearly still orbs. The ones that are in the distance don't matter because this is compressed. This is a smaller universe space than I need it to be. Now let's go down. Those are also orbs. How about over here? I see orbs, not just cards. This guy's getting closer. And that's how it's supposed to work. That's totally how it's supposed to work. See, these guys, they're getting kind of hectic, but that's fine. This is the top area where things are most hectic. As they zip around in the top corner, that gets messy. But then let's head over to closer to here. See, they don't get to reverse position quite as much as they might. Partly that is because we could be using a modulus function on the switch statement and forcing it to update faster than it is. Let's find out what happens when we do. This shouldn't be that expensive of a calculation. We could do physics counter mod 8, and then it's still going to do a couple of pass-throughs where it's not doing anything, but it should be running this case statement way more often, not perfectly consistently. But now we get to see whether it chug. No, it doesn't even chug all that much. Lovely. Let's go up to the hyperchaotic section. We see some cards, but mostly it's being fairly chill. Hardly, some of them kind of disappear though, that's a problem, but one thing I can do to try to ameliorate that is it's not calculating the new brain position quite as much, but there are things I can do about that. So we're looking to do position relative to brain. But I don't actually have to run brain at the full size of everything. Instead, actual R, G, and B, those are our target positions. So if instead we did like might not need that, but the ones closer to 0 are more sedate, so it might not be a problem. Now they are not targeting the very edges of the universe. So here we go. Everybody is gravitating towards their target positions. We've got a bunch of cards, but a bunch of these ones over here, even if they briefly turn into cards, that shouldn't be happening all that often, really. We're chugging a little bit, like as I rotate, things are moving a little bit slowly. Bear in mind that as I scale up the universe size, these get closer to the value of a pixel. Here's my hyperactive zone. We've got a little bit of like vanishing away going on here. But these are not really supposed to be teleporting outside the universe. They just can, if they have to. Yeah, so if I zoom in on these guys, they're acting a little bit like they're still right up on the edge. The edge is this Minecraft looking area here. So I'm going to do a quick check. Let's see what happens if the target attempts to be a tiny percentage of the overall space. This will be crowded if it is working. Everybody's heading away from here. I want to see whether they all converge into a little central box. That said, I'm not sure that's what's happening. It's kind of making everybody all move in one direction. That's what's happening. So, hang on. That's not going to... Okay, so here's our new target. Speed is still going to be much the same as it was before. You know what? I believe we can speed things up a hair too. Maybe this will move a little bit faster. So what I am trying to do here is have them all be attempting to mill about in a tightly confined space, at which point they're not going to be bouncing around the outside edges of the universe. If that works, then we will still have a obvious... See, this is puzzling me. We are all moving in one direction. Okay, so here's the next thing to try. Can't do divided by 0, but ooh, or I think I have miscalculated. Hang on. So it needs to go to a maximum of world size, but my calculating isn't the way I thought it was going to be. Let's put an extra superfluous parenthesis, just so that you know what I'm doing. Because I've clearly got some of this wrong. We We were dividing by 256 to drop it down to 1 and then multiply by world size, but that's not actually... So making this smaller isn't going to help. We're going to need to make it larger. That'd do it. There. Now let's try that. We are going away from this corner. And we are clustering in a tight space. Fine, fine. I always like my parentheses, even when they're not really necessary. Just reminding myself of order of operations. There. Now let's smush it down to a tiny little space and offset it halfway to the middle of the universe. And now we see how this behaves. Everything should be converging on a central point. Is it? I don't know if it is. This is not a central point. We're like doing a great migration here. I am missing something. Oh, okay, I'm missing something because actual R, G, and B need to be between 0 and... So there's your problem. Or is it? No, that should still be right. Okay. What's going on? Well, I know that's not right. We'll call that 10. This should make a small number, meaning not as big of an offset across what world size is. That should always be positive, and then adding 10 should make it not be off the 0 side of the calculation. In theory, oh, maybe I can just, we'll ignore brain completely. Let's add a little more code. Can we make them all converge in a little knot? If this doesn't work, I'm missing something. We are overriding what we had before. Now what do we got? are they all converging in a cluster in the center of the universe? Huh. Now that's just weird. We're all sedately coming from here and going to there. That's just weird. Why are we all going in that direction? You're supposed to be going to the center of this big square and staying there. Huh. Far out. Well then. Actual R, G, and B become 0. Now what do we got? Ha! I didn't expect that, but that is clearly the center. Look at that. So there's our center position. Here's all of our cards. Some of these guys are lazy and are not really registering. And if we go closer to one of these areas with the cards will all turn into balls. Because these are all the closest to me. Although the ones on the far side, not so much. Likewise for here. Those are not real, but they will have collision. And then these are the real ones. Boof. So interesting, very interesting. Okay, 0.0 is apparently the center for this. Didn't expect that, but that's what it is. Meaning, no point having that offset there. Huh. You know what? Yeah, so I think I know. So if abs, yeah, this is designed to work around the, like, this part is actually working because of the absolute value, this and that. It's making it wrap to be aiming for the center. So if we return to this, this is the original setup. This is where we started. And what's going to happen as they continue to go is we end up with situations like this, where we have these guys, they are orbiting a position on the edge of the calculation. And they're doing it successfully, meaning not only are they turning into orbs the way they're supposed to, but as they go off the edge, it's not like they show up over there and then race like maniacs back to this position, ending up warping through the entire universe over and over. The actual position that they're aiming for is almost irrelevant. The point being that this is a boundary condition, and I'm thinking that I might be able to scale it back so that they're not even going past the edges of the universe quite as much. They'd still be able to. Also, see how sometimes they disappear? That part I'm not liking very much. One possible reason is because they're going over to this area and then up to this area, which is now blank. We got 6 polarities here, each of the cardinal directions, but then we also have these boundaries there and everywhere else, making it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more, and then the corners, which are even farther. Mind you, that is something that might be updatable. That said, if 0, 0, 0 is actually the center of everything, there is a very obvious possible answer. Where if I can find my times symbol, I'll be able to do it. There we go. I can build this into the other code, but if we do this, we are going to have the center scrum again. Here we are, and I started out there, so I'm getting bullied. And that's how that be. So they're trying to find their spot, but it's literally at the center, so they're bullying each other. Now, let's find out. Also, I can bump up the speed of this a little bit simply by not making so damn many of them. Let's do half of them. Up to the corner. Now we see there's not as many of these guys. They are pursuing their little locations. Huh. Is that still fairly close to the edge there? And it became a card. Again, this is a very compressed space. Makes it all more difficult to even figure out what's happening. Here's a corner where not much is happening. There's a big space which is 256 off. This is not doing quite what I thought it was going to. Okay, here is a... Oh, no, wait, maybe it is. Maybe it is. There's the dark cluster. And then this would be the bottom corner of the dark cluster. So if we scooch a little closer, we see that these guys are now hovering in space. They're pretty chill. If I go to the opposite corner, is that even the opposite corner? Or was this the dark cluster? I should go and chase the bright yellow ones and see where they're at. They seem to be migratory now. They are not finding their spot as much as I would have hoped. I feel like this calculation has gone awry somehow. Wasn't expecting quite this behavior. That said, I am enjoying the fact that they are coming in and out of the large space successfully. But that calculation is no longer working the way I thought it would. So going to 0 makes everything cluster at the center. Let's make it even more extreme. What happens if actual R, G, and B are actually just very small, a tenth the size they were? Are we going to form a cluster like when they were literal 0, or are we going to do something else? And if we are forming a cluster, where is it relative to everything else? Also, some of these guys are too sluggish. Okay, that looks about right. If I go to the top corner like this, that's a distribution which I think works fairly well. They're basically not teleporting around at all, and the black ones are moving very slowly, but then there's a way of dealing with that. Okay, so that actually is working better than I thought. Speed is going to be a concern, so let's ramp up speed. And that's a good boost to it. Has to be because it's the square root function in here. And then just for laughs, let's go to the original size. Tab does not complete filling in a literal number. That's just silly. Already, oh no, and it's already 4:33. I have tacos to thaw out. So let's see how we're doing. The cards are doing their job. Although the way the placement is, like I can fill in some of the extra loops in here. A additional, like 1, 2. We can fill in some more, and they'll even follow the same rules. Okay, so the bright ones can be a little bit hyperactive. Dark colored ones are still pretty chill, but are now not lagging completely. And these are all basically following little paths. You're supposed to chase them, but they shouldn't be too impossible to chase. I wonder if I can make them move more like... Linear velocity is going to be the thing. So impetus, that gets to be the new speed. That's actually nothing. That's not exactly what I had in mind at all. How about we just simplify this stuff a little bit? We are still reversing direction far too easily. It's kind of excessively jittery. They are also converging on me. Like if the lerp is that slow, I might as well have it be direct and immediate. What do we got now? That's not as fast of a lerp. Okay, that's so not as fast of a lerp that they're barely moving at all. On the other hand, it's fairly chill, isn't it? If you have to chase these guys down, that's a little bit more manageable. Well, if they're being very sedate, let's pep them up a bit. There, now they're a lot more lively. Arguably too lively. But then if lerp settles down even more, they'll be more sedate. So, tenfold. Hey, Sepitesta, yeah, told me about it. It's actually getting close to making tacos time. Okay, now we are ramping up and accelerating. You know what? I am going to back this down into this corner out of the way. Aim it at my little bot cloud. And I'm going to go and thaw out my taco cheese, which is good 40 minutes late from when I was supposed to do it, but that's fine. And I'm going to throw another log on the fire, and I will be right back. Actually, they're so close in that I can zoom in a little bit. Today ended up being all video game, but I would not say for a moment it was wasted, because a bunch of that stuff I wanted to do was desperately in need of doing. We got there. We shall see whether Thursday needs to be plugin coding. And they're splintering me. Maybe Thursday will be plugin coding, maybe just more of this. At any rate, I am now just about obligated to carry on a little bit longer while keeping the fire going, because I am like 45 minutes late for thawing out my food. I cannot stop at just like 5 and be ready to have the tacos that I like to enjoy on these days, because they will not be ready. So instead, firstly, let's have a look at how this little cluster is acting. Then it becomes time to go 1, 2, 3, 4, fill in more clusters of these ones out in space there. I'm fascinated as to how some of these guys are sort of off and elsewhere. See, I'm appreciating some of that. They do appear to be heading off in funny journeys. Like that one has gone all the way over here. And in fact, beyond. And now it's disappeared. That's because it was a card. But I may be able to fix that by adding more elements, because the thing is, goes through this wall and you can still see them. Goes through this wall, and there is no longer a representative for it. So that is something that I can fix now. I won't be able to fix it for the literal corner cases, because that'll be a whole other set, but I should be able to fix it for what I'm talking about. Yeah, and see, if you see a singleton that's wandering around here, check this out. I can go through this wall and go and catch up with them. And it is a floating bot all by itself, doing a sort of journey. I guess its speed calculation was so chill that it's just taken gravity and going off in whatever direction it wants. Here's one that is booking it. Where are you going? And then here is through the wall. Oop. And there we go. And you see another one off in the distance there? May just be the one that I just saw. And there you go. So if you've got somebody out in interstellar space, nowhere near all the rest of them, maybe it's this. Maybe it's just that one over there. Oh, and now it is full of decision and it's off doing its thing. But this guy is now going for a journey. See, and you see, if I go through here, that's actually the same one again. Because I went through the limits of space. So part of what I was fixing to do with this was set it up in a way where they're seeking their positions. And yet, sometimes you'll have them going out into the farther realms of things. That's the idea. So there would be essentially a cluster. I need to expand it outwards a little bit, but not all that much. And as you see, some of them get rather worked up and they start going on a journey to the interstellar space. And they will go and rejoin the cluster eventually. It should adapt to me scaling things, should adapt to a bunch of stuff, and the end goal will be, now I'm thinking about some of the other things I could do. Well, let's investigate. So this seems to be working okay. Scaling this up makes them occupy more of the space. Like 1/10 of the space is clearly far too small. That said, I could go back to that for the purposes of dialing in the additional cards. We're back in sort of the full size zone. It's dialed back a bit. So what I like about, well, so I'm a little confused because now it feels like they're all trying to migrate in a particular direction, and that's not optimal. But I've scaled up the size of everything. I feel like what I would like to do is see whether we have more stages of equilibrium in here. Now we've got an even larger scale, but it's not 100% full scale, 0.9. What I am finding is that they are not locating that little spot in the universe that they should congregate it at. It's as if, like these yellow guys here, are trying to go to some place way beyond where they think they want. And then when they teleport over there, they know to at least come back. But this is not quite what I anticipated. So how about I immediately dial that back and try a slightly larger scaling. 0 is centered on things. So we shall see whether that amounts to anything. I don't want them to be too centralized, because if they are too centralized, then it'll look like a cluster here and a cluster there and a cluster there and so on. In fact, I can highlight that quite easily. Okay, the next thing to do is make another batch of these. But before that, here's what it looks like when we don't have the Minecraft square in there. Oh, I stand corrected. Something went wrong. And it'll probably tell me what it was. Oh no, that's not how to do that. This is... Node 3D line 22. I bet this has something to do... Yep. Hang on. Oh, it didn't do this successfully. Yeah. So if I make that be hidden, not only is it hidden, but then it is also invisible. Exists. Okay, we can't get that node if it doesn't exist. But I do not see whether I can like compare it to null or something. Apparently I can. Oh, okay. One of these and then one of those. Well, that was messed up. It got all confused. No, no, no. This is what I want. Okay. Not sure I like the way it's wrapping this, but whatever. I guess I forced it into it. Now let's run that again. Oh, still no bueno. Fine. I always do the same tacos. It's just my way. Fine, we will undo that. These are all run together, and I don't like that. Or not run together there, run apart, not together at all. So let's find out whether I can comment that out now that it doesn't exist and see whether things run now. Fancy that. We are running into wall after wall today. Line 23. Fine. Let's put that back, and then let's put this back and see if that helps. I don't understand why it would care. Should be able to delete that and not change anything else, and yet here we are. So now let's see if it runs. If so, we'll figure something else out. No, it doesn't. Craziness. What did I do to make everything blow up? Something going on here with you? Now, what's going on here with you? I ran this since the last time I changed it, and nothing blew up. Let's put this back to 0.1. And then do we have something going on down here I should care about? I don't think so. I don't think I need to do both of these in one. Not set to an instance of an object. That's still fine. And this is still fine, but this is running into problems. Why are you running into problems? We'll try it one more time for luck. Luck is not with us. Okay, so I went over to here. And we can now not instantiate this under the name of bot. And that makes no damn sense whatsoever. And yet, here we are. This is still working. For what that's worth. We blanked that out. Didn't do much else. And all of a sudden, if we are doing this, we are not able to find everything we need. Weird, weird, weird. And we are getting here, and we are launching player. And we were using this before. I keep rerunning it thinking it's going to behave different. Wow. Rigid body 3D. It's what it actually is. So here's our class. This is the name of the class. That's what it really is. This is how we're trying to instantiate it. If we do that, it can't update world size, but they may appear. See if they still appear. No. Wow. Is a type in namespace counterpart? If we do that, it is at least able to find its variable size, so it knows what that is. It knows what this is. But something in here is causing trouble. Could it be a problem here? What if you were a private scene? What then? Well, you guys remember that this did work before, right? It's been working all afternoon and I have not changed these parts. Wow, it's going even more crazy. Oh, that's because I have a capital letter where one does not belong. I can try making fewer of them. You're supposed to be able to do this. In fact, you've been doing this all afternoon. Ooh, although I am also not in the top corner of this anymore. I am not in the middle of that anymore. I'm somewhere else. So we're not running this, apparently. That would probably, however, be because we didn't get through this successfully. So it all went sideways when I did something here. Namely, I shut this off. And when I shut this off, everything stopped. So there's the rub. Now that I turn it back on, why is everything still stopped? Keeping on, checking to see that the fire is still going. Everything's the same as it was. Everything is still the same as it was. I wanted to move on to more of populating these cards. Did I break the definition of bot scene somehow? It says 1 usage now. That's interesting. I thought there were more. Let's see what happens if we move these up here. Can we at least be in the center of the giant box? Well, bits of it still work, but then all of the emptiness. And now the file is at file 23. Maybe we need to be doing something like that. Could we? No, still very unhappy. Fishbowl ain't responding at all. World size ain't being used by anything at all. Which is suspicious, seeing as I'm telling player to use it. What did I change in here that caused all of this trouble? Well, we've got another 45 minutes or so before I actually get to have tacos. So it is possible that I'm just stuck staring at a completely broken thing for 45 minutes. We'll find out. It would be rather tragic if, like, nothing works from this point on. That seems like not good nor fair. And I feel certain it did not have this. And I knew it worked with this because I was able to incorporate world size there. We will try simply defeating all of that stuff, in which there will be no bots, on purpose, and see whether we can get the rest of it functioning. Looks like I have motion, but I do not seem, well, I don't have any errors anymore at least, but Fishbowl ain't showing up. Why? All I did was this, and then everything was broken forever. Weird. This stuff is all the same as it was, up to and including billboard grow and distance fade. Transform looks the same as it was. It should be drawing in the center of the... Okay, let's save that again. Go in here. It was working... That part was working at 128 world size. Okay. Okay, now I can see that. Last time I was able to see this, the rest of it also worked. Let's find out what happened. Could it not have gotten to that point because it was having a problem elsewhere? Like if it has a problem with this, then it dies and doesn't get to bot? Let's find out. No. Nobody home. It's going to be Google search time in a moment. Ooh, no, we're getting the beach ball of death. I'm going to quit all of these and restart them in case something weird happened there that I don't understand. Then just for laughs, I'm going to run it from here and see if it has come back to life. That would be a big nope. It's going to be Google in time. So why would you not be able to find this all of a sudden? What did I change? This should be that central cluster. This looks all still the same as it was. Nothing here is really any different than it was. I do believe it's going to be exactly the same as it was before, and it is. So we're still in the same situation, object reference not set to an instance of an object. And yet, this is exactly the same code, to the best of my knowledge, that it was before. Mind you, player is instantiated slightly differently. This may break something else. We'll find out. Slightly. This is not really the correct position. That said, it didn't break me out of the mess. Hmm. Okay, that's literally what I'm doing. That said, why would I need to set that in the editor? But then I'm not exporting that either, am I? So I need to be able to make this work. This is failing to work, but the error is not showing up here. Well, somebody claims to have been able to do this. Ooh. Note, however, yikes, what the? Oh, I just hit the wrong thing. All right, let's see if it wanted to be exported after all. Nope, that's no help. Well, never mind then. Instead, we will try to do this. So path to scene. I feel as if that has gone horribly wrong. What happened? Nothing. Okay. That is happening to me too. Oh, that is actually true. Here's what our paths look like, apparently. Ooh, export the variables and set up the nodes in the editor by dragging them in. Hi. That's something that could have gone wrong in the editor. Ha. Okay, look at that. That's something that needs to be there. Look at that. Load this scene. Hello. Now let's try that. And not bother with any of this nonsense. Welcome back, everybody. That's all it was. Okay, back to the thing I was trying to do in the first place. I turned this off, and it somehow lost the link to the scene. Look, Node 3D, world size, and now the other thing is gone. And when I turn it back on, it's still effing gone. And that makes no sense at all. Guess I just changed the size of it or whatever. So what I'm going to have to do is export that. See, this is me figuring out some of these things that are actually quite messy. Public packed scene. Either I can spell it out or I can send it in the editor. But I need to export it here in order to open it up here, and then I have to reload it. That's the one. Now if I save that, it should work. If I turn on Fishbowl, we've still got it. But then if I turn it off, somehow it had exported the scene and it was looking for it in the 3D editor here. And then when I changed stuff in here, it updated Node 3D there, and the scene that it was trying to find was no longer linked. So here we go. Where were we at? We were at, this will work now. That's fine for now. And that we're making tiny. So here's what this world looks like right at the moment, and that is because it's a little bit too small. But we have a little cluster here, and then we have other clusters sort of everywhere. This is the main one, and then these other ones. And there's a lot of space between them all. So the next thing to do is, and I got about 15 minutes before I can reasonably go and have tacos. I can shut that off now. Yeah, everybody's gone off and had their own tacos now. Command D will do this, but not on there. There we go. We'll call it XYP. YZP. There, we've exactly doubled it in such a way that we're going to have angles. And now to update the things as needed. XYP goes here. XYM goes there. YZP goes here. YZM goes there. ZX goes here. ZXM goes there. Oh, I think some of them may be overlapping. What do we got here? Can I? Yes, I can. Do I have an XYM and a YXM or something? What am I looking at? Are any of these overlapping each other? It's definitely a little hard to see. They're all facing each other. Are they in the same place? No, that's unique. What are we looking at? One, two. Zoom right in, how about? Okay, those are distinct. Those are distinct. So are those. So are those. I think they're all in distinct places. I just need more. It's like I need another batch. Why are we not covering these areas? Well, I can see one problem. ZX looks like a corner case, and that doesn't seem right. So here's our original 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think maybe I have some idea as to what's gone on. Namely, there's one of the corner cases. There's another. But I've got these other corners in here too. So XYP and duplicate D XYPM. Ha. Got to do that. And now what about this one? If we duplicate you, I said if we duplicate you, MP. No. I've already got an XYPM. It's here. Don't need to duplicate that. So what would happen if this went up to here? What'd that become? Oh, okay. That literally is XYMP, minus, plus. Cool. I wasn't so completely crazy as I thought. All I have to do is update it. There, now I have a full ring here, but I need a ring here. So duplicate you. Bada boom. And transform. YZPM, that's positive and negative. Let's see, MP, that's negative and positive. Hang on, have I done that? Ooh, I didn't do it yet. Didn't work. So PM. Boom. So now we've got a box there and we've got a box there. What we don't have is vertical covered. But this will be a nice little cluster of stuff. We just have to have another cluster in here. And then only the corners are missing, and there's not that many of those, so it would be funny to see whether maybe that could work too. But I bet you I can get this up and running before tacos. There won't actually be that many left to do. Okay, so 1, 2, and hang on. No. Or maybe yes. Or maybe not yet. How are these not the same name? Wait. How is these not the same name? XY, XYPM, XYMP. XM. Let's just try to make some sense of all of this. What the actual hell? XM, XYM. Let's just reorganize it, shall we? No, minus is coming after P and M. XYP and M. XYPM, XYMP. Okay, so far so good. Y, P, and M. YZ P and M, YZ PM, YZ MP, Z P and M, ZX P and M, okay. There's our negative there. Then CXMP. Do we need more? I feel like maybe we don't need more. Maybe that was it. From every direction we have those cardinal points covered. I think maybe that's it, other than the very corners, which I have been ignoring, although there are only 8 more of them. And each of these are only 2 polys, so it's kind of messy, but at the same time, it could be doable. Let's move this around so that I can see it a little more clearly. And here's where our code kicks in. Ooh. Well, we got a case statement to deal with here, and we have config somewhere. Oh, yep, sure enough. Got there. So, here's our initial ones. Here's more. So XP and M, YP, XYM, actually, you know what? I'm completely scrambled. Well, it might seem like a nightmare a little bit, but you wait. I bet you I can still get it by the end of the day. So here's where we start. Here is my initial batch. X, Y, and Z, P, and M, respectively. I can kind of gather them together. The order of where these are does not matter. And we've got these so far. Now I'm adding these ones. So it's X, Y, P, and M. And Y, Z, P, and M. And ZX, P, and M. And then last I've got X, Y, P, M, and MP, Y, Z, and ZX, PM, and MP. So here's how we go about doing this in a way that is not too insanely making. We're adding another batch of each kind. Boop. So we are tripling the number of these, but it's not too overwhelming because it follows a pattern. Pattern looks like this. Also, give me just a second because the fire's going down. Great thing about this is that each of the individual bots have many, many polys. And this should still be fairly straightforward. And in fact, it won't actually run that much slower to check through all of those, because we are running a switch statement so that we only have to run one check per frame. It'll just be a little slower finding the right one. But the rest of it, it should adapt. It should adapt pretty well. So these are all correct. And then these I don't know why it's not seeing these. It looks to me like I am using the same names. Maybe not. It doesn't matter what order they are in. XY, PM. No? That's it. I don't know why it's having a problem finding it. It's actually just a green underscore. Maybe it has a helpful suggestion that I'm not interested in hearing. But this should be accessing the same things. So one thing we can do is just plain assign these, and then it should run. So XYP, guess what? That means X and Y are called world size. YZP, likewise. And ZXP, likewise. Likewise, minus means negative. So XY minus. And YZ minus. See, we're doing a sort of offset. And then ZX minus. And then these are reversing their positions. So it goes from positive to negative. There's a negative. YZPM, that's another negative. ZXPM. And then the remainders are filled in with positives. XYMP. Y becomes positive. YZMP, negative, and then positive. And ZXMP. X becomes positive. Now that we have done this, we are not scanning them all for bots, but it doesn't matter. Because now we have our little cards. We've got them filled in so everything is kind of in a cluster now. So we're going to decluster them. But now we were producing even more little clusters every step of the way. And all of these will end up looking like distant bots. And I can probably also scan them like this too, although it's going to be a little more messy. Not a lot more messy, but definitely a little more messy. So I go from 6 to how many? Let's count. 6, 12, 18. So there's 1 through 6. Now it's filling stuff in. So my pattern's going to be kind of like this here. ZP, ZM, and then onward with this pile. Tuck it in like that, we can kind of all see what I'm doing. And again, this switch statement means that it's not running all of these at once. So that's going to make things a little bit more efficient, and the more spaced out everything is, the more efficiently that will be. Let's start with case 1, and we're going to be filling them in kind of like this. Oh, don't need the break. Certainly not double breaks, I don't. Let's not have that be selected. There we go. So first one next is XYP. Oh, caps lock. Then XYM. Make sure to do it correctly. I thank you earlier for the global position because that's what made this all work. Oh, have I failed something? I see I have failed. Tried to do that, didn't work. Also, it keeps reconfiguring it, and I don't appreciate that one bit. I am trying to not fill in my screen completely with a pile of mess. Back up to 1. We got a bunch of these to go, but this is the way we do. And it needs to contain this bracket. I don't know why it didn't. Copy. How's the game going? I'll show you in a moment, Jonathan. Let's see how we're doing. Nice, okay. So rather than XYM, YZP. Then YZM. Then ZXP. Oh, that's convenient. ZXM. And now the final ones. XYPM. More convenient than I expected. I don't know why it's showing these context sections. That's not a typo. That is not a typo. That's what that's meant to say. It's 14. XYMP. That's also more convenient. YZPM. Ooh, I did that wrong. There we go. Even though it's going methodically, I have to keep track of every little detail. So that was YZPM, so we are moving on to YZMP. Save myself a keystroke. Then ZXPM and ZXMP. Last one. Okay, this may work. We shall see. So one thing we are doing is clustering up, which is not desirable, but then we can soon remedy that. And then the second thing that's happening is now that we're doing this, we can go over to here. We can go for a larger scene. We can make there be more of these guys, and let's not have them cluster up so much. Let's see what that looks like. So now we are in a large space with all of these little flying dudes everywhere. And the farther we go, the more of them we see. Next thing to do is set it up so that you can fire the little zaps and query them to ask what they have seen. Here's a batch of these. They're hanging out in the red zone. This is clearly the red zone. Here's one of these. Hi. Oh, there's somebody who's in a big hurry. Where are you going? Where are you going? Here's another big cluster of these guys, and we're going to continue to chase this one. Man, is he fast. What you doing, speedster? See, we can chase it all across known space. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. And see where they show up. So you might be querying ones like this, which cover a lot of ground. Or you might be going down to around here where some of these guys don't go anywhere. And here's a cluster of yellow-colored ones. However, the thing is, I barely see through to the, because remember, this is all in a blank space of set dimensions. So this is all within one universe, but it looks like it goes on forever. There's empty spaces around here. There's that guy who is going on some kind of journey. Here's another guy who's going through some kind of journey. Where are you going? Where you been? And you're supposed to be querying them to find the one that looks like you. I also intend to have a bunch of big old asteroids and stuff around here just to make things more complicated. That should be amusing, especially if you can blow up the asteroids. It'll get real confusing. But yeah, what we've got here, this guy is in a quiescent, quiet state. When you zap them with shots, which I have not implemented yet, one thing that can happen is you increment its internal brain counter, which might make it freak out and rush off somewhere. Or I can just bump him in a direction. There we go. And here's another cluster of guys. So one thing I'm wondering is maybe I've made the universe too large. Although I can go back to the game part after straightening this back out again so it fills up the space. I can go back to the game part and mess with the fog. Because you see, world environment contains fog. As well as our field of view, etc., etc., etc. If we turn fog off, watch this. How'd you like that? We got a positive starry sky going on in every direction except for the very corners, which is probably fine. I could. The size of the space can be distinct to all manner of different things. We could just keep scaling it up. So now that there is no fog, which I think that is actually working for me at this stage. I can go find one of these guys that is taking a journey in some direction. Like, say, you. No, you're not going fast enough for me. Let's fly forwards into here. And so when they have the fog off, you see them as these little scattered dots. And then other clusters of them appear, like here. We're heading too far up, I think. But this is what they're really at. So let's do some more changes. No more scaling everything down. They're going to occupy all of the space, and we're going to make that space even bigger. Now let's see how this looks. You said have the size of the space increase. Well, here we go. They are twinkling stars off in the far, far distance everywhere you look. There's the occasional little dude. I like the twinkling effect. This feels good. And you can go straight up or straight down or whatever. But everywhere you look, even if you go into hyperspace, that star field is real. Every dot in here you can approach. See, we're hanging around with a batch of these yellow guys, although they have a tendency of turning into 2D cards every now and then. But that's one of the challenges. That's if they are up in the corner, which is where the yellow guys tend to hang out, so that's a concern. That is something that could very well happen from time to time. But there's an infinity of twinkling stars everywhere else to go and find. So we can go in search of, I see something moving. Look at you. Where are you going? So here's the thing. I can query that, and when I finally get the visual zaps going, it will fire zaps in the direction of where it last saw the one I'm trying to find. And here's another dense little cluster. What's that look like? Oh, the dense little cluster is largely yellow ones. That's fine. I've already talked to the yellow ones. So yeah, that's the idea. Oh, I'm looking to make not even billboard. There will be 3D giant asteroids in here. And they will also be looping in the same way that these other ones will. Not too difficult to manage. They basically need to have obstacles. So here we are pursuing this fellow. Also, here's something I can do. Back to Node 3D. So rather than having it loop here, Really struggling with some of this stuff. But I guess it feels a little bit better now. Or not. I can't tell whether it feels better or not, but this is only one instance of that. But here's the thing. We can duplicate in a different way. This is through every instance of file. Only need to do that once. Let's see if it still runs. Just the spacing is enough. It still runs. The spacing did not do it any harm whatsoever. Hi. I can't say as I appreciate this dumbass indenting that it likes to do. That seems messy and untidy. It's trying to wrap it. I don't appreciate that. I'd rather have these in a single line. I'm sure there's a way for me to tell it to do that. Just haven't got there yet. But we don't have to have this be see, still got caps lock on. And I had a random in bot somewhere that I could look up. At least I think I did. Surely there was a random somewhere in there that I could look up. Wouldn't be rand f, so how about rand I maybe? Was I doing it there? Yep. So we're not going to literally use that, but we can simplify it a bit. So this could get messy, but it might not. Because here's the thing, we get to do this now. This may chug more than a little bit. Or not. No, I guess it's fine. But now the numbers have been randomized. Plus, this is the mechanism by which I will go and find the one that is my randomly assigned texture and have there be only one of it, because that's the idea of the game. And to get a bit more sense of what just happened, small universe again. So now as we continue to let these guys go around, and I do still need to put in the thing where we can have them bump into each other and synchronize brains. That's kind of important. I'm not sure if it's so important that I need to do it today. But that's part of what makes them act the way that they should. Because failing that, they're not going to be going around in clusters. And the idea is they should be able to go around in clusters, but here's the thing. We should be able to have all of these little guys, and it's running so smoothly, I feel I can bump it up a bit. Let's go back to 512. And bump it up a bit. It is randomness, so that is something of a concern. We can also total bots equals 0. Numbots was random. Correct, that's what I wanted to do. Every now and then it figures it out. That probably would be the reason for the indenting, yes. Then, ooh, we're apparently leaking instances. Okay, I think that's when I quit, so fair for now. No, that's not what I meant. That is what I meant, but not numbots, total bots. There. So now max numbots is like 16. Let's take it even a little bit farther. See whether we still run if the total number is 24. And it's going to print out how many there are. My previous maximum number was not this big. That's running pretty smoothly. Sure are a lot of guys. Look, we're in hyperspace. That's running so smoothly, I need to count how many there were. Oh, did we not get to? Huh. What's up with that? Why is it trying to do that? Well, let's simplify things. I am obviously pushing it too hard. Let's try pushing it not as hard. I think it got to its max and then just crashed a little bit. As soon as we're running just fine. So I immediately quit, and let's see what kinds of numbers we're looking at, if I can even see. Haha. Okay, what's going on here? That's weird. Why would it be? Okay. 9, 9, 10, 13, 16, 18, 20. Weird, it's having problems. Why is it having problems? Is it having problems because I'm getting the node? No, that's not what I'm looking to do at all. Close, though. Let's run that only here. If even there, why are we doing it outside this at all? Maybe we should instead be doing it before the for each. There's a thought. Draw why do that over and over and over and over again. Now let's see if it runs still. I just changed it. Nope. Something went wrong. It's going to be taco time soon. I didn't test to see whether that move was the only change. Now we try this and see if it works or if that also was a mistake. No, that was fine. For values of fine that are not completely fine, we're having problems, but that's not necessarily the problem. All right, can we move U outside this node? No. Oh, I see why. Duh. Because bot scene instantiate bot. That's why. So you can't move that part. But this maybe. Maybe this. Also, hang on. So we got to do the instantiate with the other stuff. So that's also a mistake. But we only need one of those. And we probably don't need to define that, but we can run that separately from defining it, maybe. That needed to be in here, clearly. Now what do we got? Or what do we bought? Okay. And what number did I get to? About 154. We can do more than that. We can do more than that. Let's have some more numbers. Oh, okay, so 1,000. Can we run effectively with 1,000 bots? Effectively is putting it strongly. We can't really. But here we have the very, 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 very dense cloud of bots of all scattering randomness. So the next thing is to figure out what that limitation is. It doesn't like having 1,000. That was too many. No, square root. Can you even do that though? You can if you tell it to do this or not. No, I have to math square root. No, apparently not. More like that. So that got us to 983. I don't know what happens if you mod by a negative number, but we might be about to find out. So square root total bots, 983, 31. Okay, 32 minus this. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we bought. There's an error, and then we only made it to about 800. Which is enough to chug quite a bit. I want to see what that error was. Because up to that point, we were fine. Oh, okay, the error was just opening the file. Fine, fine, fine. If I told it to be 16 minus the square root, are we going to mod by negative number? If we do, it probably won't do anything wrong. Yeah. Oh, that was fine. So you know what? I bet I could do this in a certain way. Here's player. And in instantiating player, which we may or may not be doing up here, at some point, I overrode player's text screen. Now, where did I do that? Here. So if we don't just blank that, let's do something with it up here. Not that, but whatever. Okay, that might actually work. Let's return to moving this down here. After bot madness. So here's ready. Here's that. Here's where total bots gets incremented. Let's move this down so that I can see where I'm at. And total bots. Boom. So now we shouldn't need to GD print it anywhere. Now let's see if we can see that as text on the screen. It's very small text. That can be fixed. No, even bigger than that. Still conveniently within there, but we can scooch it up just a bit. Where is that with regard to, oh, that's a little bit over the frustrum, isn't it? I'm assuming that that is going to update with regard to what it's actually set to. Otherwise, that would just be dumb. Let's find out. Yep, looks legit. Doesn't look great, mind you, but okay, that's the finest gradation I can get. All over it. Then we'll ramp this up a bit and see where it goes. Here's 300. No asteroids or anything yet. But this is working kind of like the game I have in mind. Except for I can make it be more distant. A world size of 768. Let's start at 27. Let's see how many of these we can get. $500. So there's where things start to chug a little bit. $500 is a pretty goodly number. Thing about this, however, is that we can have incongruous results because these are no longer in a tight order. Instead, we can have wild combinations. For instance, in this one, we've clearly got a whole bunch of these yellow guys. And when I make them synchronize, it'll be even more interesting to look at. Then we've got another cluster over here, which I think is just our yellow guys again. Yep. So this is kind of the size of the universe as we are experiencing it. Going through our yellow zone once more. And I see green off in the distance there somewhere. Maybe it got past me. Here's some red ones. Yeah, so at 500, it really is kind of a bit much. There's a lot of these. But we can dial it back a hair. Maximum of 24. So 400's running a little more smoothly, although it's making me go sideways. That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. See? It is a video game in the making is what it is. It's just not like any other video game that you've seen. Actually, I liked it better when it went into warp. There we are, same math for this. Actually, not quite the same math. That's a gravity thing. We're not worried about that. Although I could have all the asteroids and things have gravity for you. That would be interesting. You'd have to know what you were doing. I've got an example of that elsewhere. We don't need to do this for that. And we can go back to 1024, full size. And dial that back to 16 and run it once more. So here's the basic idea. You're in space. You can go really fast through space, as you can see here. But you are still in space. Ooh, look, it made my, yeah, that, that needs help. This is altering things in a way that is not useful. I am in space with 200 what we call bots. Let's go find one. All these little dots are characters. They are like animate things that move around. Here's a red dot. Zoom in on there and see it blinks and it goes moving off in directions. The idea is you will query it to see, like, have you seen anything with texture like me? You can't see your own texture. You're trying to solve where to find the one that you're looking at and go up and touch it. And when you do, you win the level and you move on. Let's assume that that red one is not useful. Here's another one that I see over here. Oh, looks like I lost him. Here's my usual little cluster of yellow ones. I can go and find out whether these yellow ones are able to give me any assistance. And then there is that one, and then there's one down here which is heading somewhere. Where are you going? And so you're basically pursuing the one with the texture that matches your own, but you don't get to see your own texture, so you're solving it as a problem. A lot of this might need a lot of finagling as I get it actually working. What I've got is like this seemingly infinite space filled with these little flying guys. Like here's one that's kind of colorful. I call that Art Deco Stucco Parrot. It's derping around, thinking what to do. It's probably been to more places. Here's another one. Here's another one that's derping around, thinking what to do, figuring out where it wants to go, if anywhere. There's two which look just like each other. I'm going to have it so if they touch each other, then they synchronize, and you've got little clusters moving around by themselves, like flocks of bots, as it were. And when you find the one that looks like you bump it, bunk. I don't have the firing little shots yet. And then if you head off in a direction, see the delicate twinkling in the distance? All of those are real. Anything that you see that is a little dot on the screen, you can go to. If you can build up enough speed to. So to get a bit more of a sense of what that is like, I can have world size be a lot smaller. And then they're all much closer. There's 270 of these guys. So it's a little bit busy here. That's because there's so many of them. They're all kind of pursuing their own little directions. I also mean to have asteroids in here as well. Then you can start out with very few, but it should still occupy the same basic behavior that if you're going to one, it turns into this orb. I'd also like to put in some level of detail stuff there too, but not for today. We're pretty done for today. So there's Art Deco Stucco Parrot again. There's another fella heading off somewhere. You can follow them wherever they go, no matter how far that may be. Up to and including building up an enormous head of steam. I feel like that works better if we are in the flat, but I could be mistaken. There we go. And see how we are continually going forwards until the point where we are literally in hyperspace. And we've gone past all of these guys, but there seems to be a never-ending supply of them. And you hit the brakes with the space bar. Anyone you see will still end up being one of these little dudes flying around doing their thing. So it's a little buggy, it's a little sketchy, but the guts of it is kind of still there. Yeah, a long time ago I did this in a different format on a different program. I did a version of it in Unity on a sort of 2D plane rather than a 3D infinite space, and it didn't really go anywhere. I made it, I tried to put it on Steam, I did a video for it that got some attention, and then I tried to do another video that was much more grandiose and video gamey, and that bombed. And so that's where it went. It's possible to find the old version online, but I'm looking to make a new version in Godot like this. And to do that, I must do certain things. And one of the things I must do is go and have dinner, because it was taco time like a literal hour ago. Or not quite a literal hour ago, everything was more or less ready. But now, not only is everything ready, but I am hungry, and I will be back on Thursday. We'll see what we can do on Thursday. Might be more of this, might be audio plugin programming, which this is about. Didn't actually get to do any of that today. But all the same, it was kind of neat. I need to get it more interactive. There's more stuff that I need to do. But for now, talk to you later, and I'll be back on Thursday, assuming that the snow doesn't encapsulate my house. Bye-bye.